Welcome everybody to 2025 Fright Fight. We've got the Saber pools going, and we are getting going. Over here we've got Andrew Hall in orange, and we've got Adam Simmons in purple. Got about 50 seconds left on the clock. This is saber fighting, all saber fighting today. You can see they're testing their range, trying to get in there safely. And that was a nice strike to the leg by Andrew. A little salute for the beginning of the match. Judges getting ready. Alright, here we go. Tried for a little thrust in there, a little too far. Solid hit to the body, but that after blow came real quick. They're going to call that one no exchange. Getting set up for the next exchange here. Judge is ready. Thought I heard a little tip on the knee down below. Looks like the judges did as well. They're going to award some points to Adam. The way the scoring works, folks, if you get a deep target, the body or the head, as we can see there, purple got the body of orange, and then orange hit him in the head. Those are deep targets. They're worth 4 points. If you hit an arm or a leg or a hand, that's only worth 2. So you'll see a lot of fencers going in for those deep targets. Problem is, if you can hit the deep target of your opponent can also hit yours. It's pretty dangerous. You got to get in there, and you got to be safe as you do it. Another exchange. I think they're going to award the points to Adam. Definitely that was a blow after blow. Looks like we're going to call it a wash. No, they've awarded the points to purple. So Adam actually came from behind to win, but there's some discussion going on. It looks like they're going to put some time back on the clock. We're going to get one more exchange in this match. You know, everything happens so quickly, it's so fast that that's why we have multiple judges. They're trying to make sure they see exactly what happens. Nobody's perfect. Looks like they've decided to call this one a draw. We'll get on to our next match here. You know, it's not just do you win for this match. It also matters about how you win. So if you're doubling a lot, if you're hitting the other guy and he's hitting you at the same time, that counts against you somewhat. So really the desire here, the goal is to hit the other person while keeping yourself safe from them hitting you. That's how you get the most points. At the end of everything, we're going to add up points, and whoever won most cleanly will move on to the next section. All right. Getting set here. Got both fighters for the next match here. Looks like there's some conversation going on over at the director booth. Maybe we switch over. We've got our other pool here. We actually have 3 rings set up, but we've only got 2 cameras. So take a look at this pool over here. We've got Jeremy Shin and Jeremy Coleman, Battle of the Jeremies. Excuse me, Jere Shin. I like Battle of the Jeremies though, that's exciting. I don't see scores coming up. I have a suspicion this is a warm-up match. looks like that one's finished. Let's come back here. We've got Jay Simpson in purple, and we've got Josh Maltese in orange. Here we go. Coming in. You can see they tuck those arms back. They don't want to catch a shot on the hand that they didn't have to. Testing range. Josh came up underneath. Looks like it was a no exchange though. Double hit. Gonna start again. Oh. What's the issue? We've got a armor failure. You know, it's important to have this protective equipment. The idea is that in your head, imagine they're not wearing any protective equipment at all, and they have sharp sabers. So the slightest hit's going to cause an actual wound. However, we don't want to get hurt, so we put on protective equipment. Moving over here, we've got Luke Mello in purple, and we've got Jamal Smith in orange. Jamal self-calling a shot to the head there. Coming in. Jamal is offering his head as a target. His opponent definitely took the bait, went for that hit. Match ends. Jamal is the victor over there. Moving on back, just in time to see, looks like Josh took a hit to the head there by Jay. Coming in, looks like Josh testing the hand a little bit. Wasn't able to see from my angle. It sounded to me like Jay got him in the head. Looks like they're calling no points. Go. That was mighty fast. Fast cut to the face by Josh. Got 26 seconds. He's down by 4. Oh, excuse me. They are now tied up. 26 seconds remain. Match just started. That was a very clean cut to the body by Jay. Marshall's conferring. They didn't like it, it looks like. Oh, they awarded 4 points for Josh. They're putting 20 seconds back on the clock. Josh has 8-8. That sounds about right. Looks like we had a little hiccup with communication over there. 12-8. Match goes to Jay. Pretty close match. And again, the way the scores are made, you know, you could actually move on from pools even if you lost a couple matches, as long as you were close and you were really clean. So we will see how this pans out. We've got Hassan Kim and Lucas Anselmo. Lucas in orange. Maybe that's Haesung. I'm really sorry if I mispronounce anything. Nice exchanges here. That was a good parry and a cut around on the part of Kim. They're currently tied 4-4. Excellent job getting offline by Kim. Had a cut to the arm, it looked like. Score's not updating over there. That was a nice cut to the chest with a Unterhau, or a low to high strike on the part of Lucas. There we go, scores are updated. Both fighters planting as soon as the exchange begins. Time has expired. I believe that Haesung Kim is the winner. No, they updated the score and now it's a draw. All right, Get set up for our next fight here. It looks like we have Michael Conrad versus Dylan McGee. Michael is in orange, Dylan in purple. The armbands is what I'm referring to here. Come in. We can see that Michael is taking a very strong position in the middle, very smooth. It looks like Dylan trying to move around a little bit. Excellent shot to the face. However, there was an afterblow. They're ruling it no exchange. See how the judges score that. They called it a cut to the arm. Deep cut by Michael. No questions there. That was a very clean cut by Michael. 10 seconds remain. All right, they're saying Michael scored another hit. 16-0, Michael's favor.
Michael Conrad won gold here last year.
Michael Conrad actually won gold here last year. He's definitely got a very distinct style. See some more of him later. Next fighters are taking the mat here. We've got Luke with the orange armband, Chad Sandige with the crazy helmet and the purple armband. Chad was here yesterday. He was fighting in the mixed weapons. So far, no scores have been updated yet. Looked like a pretty clean cut to the head there. We can see that Luke has a corner man. That was a very clean cut by Luke. However, his head was exposed and he got hit in the head. Marshall's discussing. Time is burning. They are both way inside. That looked like a pretty clean thrust to the face on the part of Chad. No scores have updated. We may need to check with that table. All right, moving over to pool 3. We got Joseph Campbell with the purple armband versus Tom Ostrovsky. Tom was here yesterday in mixed weapon.
Well, we're not ready to do this one. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. You want some?
All right, here we go. Tom with a very traditional fencer stance. This is kind of an Olympic fencer stance. He's way bladed off, fighting on a line. Gives him excellent thrusting power. However, getting offline, he may find challenging. And we can see his opponent is attempting some of that. I saw a blow after blow. Looks like they are giving that one to Tom. Yeah, they called it a shallow cut. Joseph with 4, Tom with 2. They are trying to fake each other out. You'll see them stomp their feet on the ground, start to move. Those are feints using the body as opposed to feinting with the blade. If your opponent goes to defend against what they thought was coming, and they move their blade offline, well, they've kind of done your work for you. And we can see Joseph has won this round 6-2. Next fighters stepping up now.
I need my
We have Joshua Maltese with the purple armband, Andrew Hall with the orange. And here they go. Testing range. That was a pretty solid hit to the face. However, it looks like he got cut on the way in. Saying that was a Simo dual no exchange cut. Now we've got a crowd. Get these people out of the camera. All right. It's so easy to get in front of the camera. Here we've got another gentleman. So natural to stand in front of the camera. I'm guilty of it myself. Oh, super clean cut by Purple to the face. That's Josh Campbell. Or excuse me, Joseph Campbell. Cut to the body, but it looked to me like he got cut on the way in. Looks like marshals agree with that. Currently 4-2. Here we go. Now, false start. Marshall has some new hand signals I'm not familiar with here, but we have begun this exchange. Little test thrust to the face. Awfully big wind up. I'm not sure why they're stopping that one. Here we go. All right. Dual hit. You can see they work their way in with some cuts, and then you know, they both are within each other's measure. Stuff happens. They both get hit on the hand. You can see the fighters getting a little frustrated now. Only 2 seconds remain. They've frozen the clock at 1 second. Perhaps they're going to put a little more time on there. Updating the score to 4-4. I saw some fingers popping up there with the judge. Maybe he's going to put a few more seconds on. All right, here we go. Coming in. That was a light hit, but they are calling a draw. Oh no, they gave the points to Orange, and that is an 8-4 match. Adam. All right, coming over to pool 2, we've got Luke Mello and Dylan McGee. Luke in purple, Dylan in orange. Luke currently ahead. Got 30 seconds left. That looked like a pretty clean cut to the arm on the part of Dylan. Another little snipe to the hand by Dylan. He's definitely playing the cagey game. He's just going for small points that he can get clean. Not a bad strategy. You can see here, he got in there and he got a hit, but he also got hit. So, see how they score that. All right, they called it no exchange. Got hit in the hand. Time has expired. Good comeback on the part of Dylan there. Unfortunately, he didn't pull it off, but definitely a good example of going for those shallow targets and just racking up some points. Next up, we got Haesong Kim and Michael Conrad. We've seen both of these guys fight already today, but not each other. Michael Conrad was the gold medalist last year. Nice clean cut to the body there. And, well, they reset the score. Here we go. Good exchange there. I thought I saw a cut to the body on the part of Kim. Marshals are conferring. They have awarded 4 points to Kim, but they're not sure about it. There was a lot going on in that exchange. A lot of parrying, a lot of cutting, which, I mean, this is Saber. There should be a lot of cut and thrust going on here. That was a very clean cut to the head. There was an after blow to the arm. Looks like they're not counting it though. Interesting flare. All right, here we go. They say Michael got a hit in there. Michael, a very direct fighter. He's walking right in there. So far it's working. He wins the match, but good showing by Kim. Definitely, he had some interesting looks that he gave Michael. And moving over, we got Michael Giebitz and Ryan Shapiro. Michael was also mixed weapons yesterday. That looked like a pretty clean tip to the chest on the part of Ryan. We are tied up 8-8. And time has expired. This is a draw. All right, moving over, we've got Jeremy Coleman and Lucas Anselmo. I believe Lucas was here for mixed weapons. Definitely Jeremy was. He has a distinctive helmet. Nice thrust by Lucas. Unfortunately, he did take a cut to the head. Somewhat dirty exchange. It looked like a parry to me. They're saying it was a cut to the hand. And time has expired. Got Jamal Smith and Sean Leonard. You'll notice that they set the Sabers down when they finished their match, and the reason for that is that these Sabers have been donated by the Castile Armory. They're actually going to be auctioned off when everything is finished. People here will be able to purchase one of these Sabers if they liked it. It looks like a pretty clean cut to the body. They gave Jamal a cut to the arm. Happened later. Well, that certainly was a clean cut to the face cage. They're saying it hit the arm. Self-call there on the part of Jamal. Jamal has a very nonchalant sort of guard. But don't let it fool you, he's got some moves. He's paying for it now though. You can't have your guard down when you come into your opponent's measure. That was a solid thrust, but he definitely got hit on the way in. Winner is Sean Leonard. They're gonna set their sabers down. Next fighters will come in. Looks like Sean's actually going to continue here. He's got to switch corners. He's got another match right away. When you do a pools format, you actually fight everybody in your pool. So if you have an odd number of people, that means you absolutely get to fight back to back at least once. Got Sean Leonard in orange, Chad Sandige in purple. Chad taking the center of the ring right away. We had a parry and a cut around by Sean. Looks like he scored a hit to the body or head. Sounded like face mask to me. Looks like the marshals agree. Another, it looks like he's kind of dialed in Chad here. It's time for Chad to change his strategy. Unfortunately, there are no cornermen for either one of these. This is the time when a cornerman could step in and maybe help a fighter get off a rut. Sean cut to the leg. He's self-calling a cut to the arm. They're saying no exchange. Here we go. 8 seconds remain. Cut to the body by Chad. Looks like he got hit on his way in. So no exchange. Time has expired. Sean takes that round 14-0. Next up we have Lucas Anselmo and Jamal Smith. Jamal getting his gauntlet on here. Alright. Here we go. Jamal offering his head as bait. This is a risky move. Big cut there. Looks like he got timed out. He got struck in the head. Self-call by Jamal there. Good parry and a cut around on the part of Lucas there. Hasn't worked yet for him, but you know, good job on the part of Jamal. He's changing his rhythm. He's starting off very slow, trying to bait his opponent into going slow with him, and then suddenly going very fast. The idea to be to catch your opponent off guard. Comes in fast that time. And that's the end of the match. Lucas victorious in this one. All right, next match, we've got Jeremy Coleman, Ae-Sung Kim. I love Kim's outfit. This is a very Eastern outfit. It reminds me of a Mongolian Atanga, although most of Asia use something similar. He's got a very flamboyant style. He loves these big movements, trying to distract his opponent. So far, it is working for him. Adjusting the score. Here we go. That time did not work out for him. Jeremy timed him out pretty good. Came in with a body cut. Looks like maybe he got tipped in the head first. They seem to think something happened. I did not see a cut, but they're giving Jeremy some points there. Excellent thrust. Very clean. And time has expired. Kim the victor here. 10-2. Next fighters coming up, we've got Luke Mello with purple, and we have Michael Conrad in orange. Michael, the former gold medalist from last year, having a pretty good showing so far today in this pool. Luke Mello, so far the only fighter in this pool that has a corner man helping him out. All right, moving over to our other pool, we've got Joseph Campbell and Michael Kirschner. Joseph in orange, Michael in purple. They walk right up to the middle, start poking at each other. They're calling that one a dual hit. Simo scoring it is no points. Here we go, next exchange. Testing the range. That was a clean hit to the body on the part of Joseph. Michael Kirschner is using a guard where his hand is in front of him, his sword is vertical. Not sure exactly what kind of cut he's intending to begin with, but Michael is coming in with that tip kind of forward. He's definitely seeking that face mask. Looks like he may have got it. Yes, he did. Joseph is the winner, 10-0. Coming over here, we got Michael Conrad versus Luke Mello starting. Michael very calm on his approach. Definitely some clean cuts there. Michael using a good parry, keeping his sword in place, waits for his opponent to recoil, hit him in the face. Good tactic. He's just waiting for Luke to make a motion. Luke should try employing a feint, getting offline, using some footwork here. Just walking right up to Michael is definitely the game Michael would like to play right now. There we go, he's coming offline a little. Kind of a messy exchange, but definitely that was an improvement for Luke there. Nice solid hit to the head. Now we know it's possible. Let's get in there, Luke. Oh, he dropped his weapon. No, he just dropped it. One second left. We'll see if they put some time back on the clock or if they just end the round. Five seconds have been put back on. Okay, 6 seconds have been put back on the clock. 10-4. You know, even though Luke can't win this round, he could make this not as bad of a loss. You get your opportunity. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him this time. Michael Conrad, the winner, 14-4. All right, moving over to pool 3. we've got Randy Reyes in orange, Andrew Hall in purple. Some cuts at range. These guys are definitely testing each other's reach. Marshals are discussing what they saw. 2 points awarded to Randy. Looks like we had a nice cut to the knee. You know, it's very difficult to see what exactly is happening out there, and the marshals do their best to be as accurate as they can. They're awarding 4 points to Andy Hall. 13 seconds remain on the clock. No, they've removed his points. Now it's tied, 2-2. Sounds right. A leg is a shallow target. There we had a very nice parry and offset with a cut to the head on the part of Randy. And time has elapsed. Randy Reyes, our winner of this match. Moving over to Pool 2, we've got Jaray Shin and Dylan McGee, currently tied, just ran out of time. Jaray Shin, winner, 2-2-4. All right, we've got Ryan Shapiro, Jay Simpson. Ryan wearing the orange armband. Awarding 4 points to Jay. Looks like another cut. This one looked like it's to the arm to me. We're going to see what the judges say. They're saying that was a double. And they both landed a blow. Here we go. That looked like a clean cut to the hand to me. Let's see what the marshals say. Yes, clean cut to the hand. Another one. Same thing, this time from the other side. Definitely got to keep your hand safe while you're working. That looked like nothing. No exchange. Looks like the marshal agrees with me. Let's get back in there. 10 seconds remain. They're both just barely inside each other's range. This is actually quite good fencing. They're testing each other's range, trying to time each other out, move in at just the right moment. They're awarding some points to orange. Time has elapsed. Jay Simpson takes around 8-4. Getting some armbands switched out here. Still waiting for the switch over in Pool 3. It may be that Pool 3 might have finished. Alright, come back over to Pool 2 here. We got Chad Sandige, Lucas on Selmo. Lucas in purple, Chad in orange. Here we go. They advance to the center. They're already within each other's reach. That was just a well-timed cut to the head. Lucas with 4 points. All right, a little cut to the hand there for Chad. He's got some points on the board. Definitely, they're looking for the appropriate time to leap in there with a nice deep shot. That was a very fast thrust to the midsection by Lucas. Currently ahead 12-2. 8 seconds remain. That looked doubly to me. Marshals are saying Lucas was definitely there first. Time has expired. Lucas is the victor, 14-2. All right, next match coming up. Dylan McGee in orange, Sean Leonard in purple. Dylan playing a very cagey game. Clearly, there's a reach advantage for Sean. Dylan came in with that low shot. Let's see how they score it. Looks like they're saying it was a cut to the arm. I'm saying purple was first. I definitely saw Dylan get a cut to the body afterwards. No doubt about that one. That one was very clean. There we go. Dylan catching up here. He's now actually ahead. That was very solid on the part of Sean. Time has elapsed. Sean pulling ahead by 2 points at the end. Definitely a good showing for Dylan. All right, moving over to ring 3, we got Tom Ostrowski, Jay Simpson. Jay in purple, Tom in orange. Looks like they just finished that one. Looks like they're setting up Andrew Hall and Ryan Shapiro here on ring 3. Ryan in purple, Andrew in orange. Here we go. They're both moving very quickly. That looked like a good cut to the body by Andrew. He's got his 4 points. Here we go. We're going to need marshals for the marshals. Get them to make those calls quicker. That was as clean a shot to the head as you could hope for. They're saying that it was a double, unfortunately. Must have got tagged on the way in. That was a mess. Saying no exchange, I think. Oh no, Ryan got 4 points. Looked like a little cut to the hand to me. Definitely a cut to the back of the shoulders. They didn't like what they saw. Keep the fight going. They're saying cut to the arm for Andrew. These guys move quick. Time has run out. Andrew Hall takes that round 6-4. Coming over to ring 2, we got Jure Shin and Luke Mello. Jure in purple, Luke in orange. Currently, Luke is ahead 6-4. There's 12 seconds remaining. That was a very slow, deliberate cut. Looks like it landed. They are awarding the points. Time has expired. Luke Mello takes that round, 10-4. we've got Michael Conrad and Jeremy Coleman getting ready. Jeremy in orange, Michael in purple. Here we go. That was a nice cut to the face by Michael. Well timed. Little snipe to the leg by Jeremy. That's going to be 2 points for the shallow target. That was a very solid thrust right to the chest by Michael. Here we go, 30 seconds remain. They're going to talk about it. I saw a little cut to the hand. I think one of the marshals is indicating that. Yeah, they're going to give 2 points to Jeremy for that. There's a little cut to the leg there. Bit by bit, he's coming back into the game. Trying to offset some tips. Jeremy has exited the ring. Nine seconds remain. Michael Conrad up by 2. Just set it there like it was the easiest thing to do. That's 2 points. A little cut to the arm. Time has expired. Michael Conrad takes this round 10-6. Moving over to ring 3. Got a little cut over the head there. That was by Adam Simmons. He's fighting Michael Kirchner in purple. Clean cut to the body, and he covered that strike coming in. They're saying they don't think he covered it well enough. Both fighters seem to feel something happened there. Looks like it was a strike to the back of the head. Moving over here, we've got Michael Conrad versus Jure Shen. Had a little snafu with the score there. Michael Conrad with 6, Jure Shen with 4. 36 seconds remain. They meet in the middle. Michael with a lot of wrist motion in those strikes. They're fast, and he found a hand. That looked very doubly there. Cut to the head by Jure, also a thrust by Michael. Let's try again. We got 10 seconds. Cut to the body. Time has expired. Michael did a good job there. He actually got that cut to the body by moving to a parry, but just putting his tip out there on the way. Happened to catch his opponent right in the body. That's a good example of keeping yourself safe by attacking. Next up, we've got Luke Mello and Sean Leonard. Sean with the orange armband, Luke with purple. Big swing by Luke. Looks like he came back, possibly got the hand. Yes, they're awarding 2 points to Sean. That was a double. That was a blow after blow. No points for that. Coming in, pretty clean strike. Did get hit in the head. When you go for those deep targets, you leave yourself exposed to getting hit in a deep target. Another double. Strike to the hand or the elbow, it looks like. Luke trying the same strategy over and over. Keeps getting caught on his way in. Sean Leonard takes that round 6-0. Moving over, we've got Ryan Shapiro versus Joshua Maltese. Joshua with the purple armband, Ryan in orange. Ten seconds remain. So far, Joshua ahead by 6. They've adjusted the score 2-4. Now Joshua is behind. It's quite an adjustment. 3 seconds left. Joshua will need to get a deep target very quickly, and he has to do it clean to take this round. Look like a little cut to the hand. Two points for Ryan. Moving over, we've got Dylan McGee and Lucas Anselmo. Lucas ahead by 2. Lucas in the orange armband. Definitely Lucas is set up to explode into something there. Dylan trying to time him out using some body feints. And so far, he's not threatening with a tip, and his hand is not in a particularly defensive position. We can see Lucas continuing to land some good strikes there. Time has expired. Lucas takes this round 10-2. All right, next fighters are taking the ring here. We've got Chad Sandige with a purple armband and the extremely flared helmet. And we've got Haesung Kim in the Eastern Gambison. Kim doing some flare. His timing is very good. They're ruling that one a cut to the arm, giving him 2 points. Next exchange. Yep. Kim self-called a cut on his own arm. They ruled it no exchange. That was a much cleaner cut to the body. Kim with the tip sticking out, being a threat. Chad obliging him by running right up on that blade, taking a cut to the head. Alright, looks like the judges saw something for Chad, a little cut to the arm, 2-4. Both fighters clearly anxious, ready to go. Both landing solid thrusts on each other. That will count for no points. Here we go. How will this one be scored? They both landed cuts. It looks like Kim was first. Kim takes the round 8-2. Next fighters are preparing here. Switch over to pool 3. Got Joseph Campbell, Jay Simpson. Joseph with orange. He is wearing the Landesnesh pants. Matching gambeson, very stylish. Looks like there was a little cut to an arm, perhaps? Yes. Jay landing what looked like a pretty solid blow to the elbow. I think they're ruling that no exchange. Winner is orange. Show respect by the fighters. Always good to see good sportsmanship. Coming over here, we got Jeremy Coleman, Jamal Smith. Jamal in purple, Jeremy in orange. Jamal comes in very fast, gets a solid cut to the leg. Marshall's talking to him. Not sure what the issue is here. Perhaps that was a little bit hard. A couple swings and misses. They say Jamal made contact. All right. Low shot to the leg. Definitely a valid target. He gets his 2 points there. If you leave it out, it might get cut. There's a cut to the arm. They are tied. There are 8 seconds remaining. They should be tied. Discussing. I guess they ruled it no exchange. Alright, self-call by Jamal. Leaving Jeremy Coleman the winner, 8-6. Pretty good showing for both fighters there. All right, next up we have Michael Conrad versus Jamal Smith. Jamal having to switch corners. He just fought. It's time to fight again. He looks pretty fresh to me. Getting this camera set up. Got to get that footage for the gram. Doing a little ring maintenance there. While they're doing that, we'll switch over to pool 3. We got Randy Reyes with orange armband, Adam Simpson with purple. Sounded pretty solid. Not sure if it's the head or the arm. Looks like they're going to rule it the head. That was a clean cut to the body by Adam. They only gave him 2 points for it. That's interesting. Fighters happy to be fighting each other. While the judges discuss, we'll move on over. We've got Michael Conrad and Jamal Smith. Currently, Michael Conrad ahead. Jamal, lots of cuts. They saw something. They said there was a head hit by Jamal. Here we go. Doesn't appear scores to be updating. They're not paying attention to the scorekeeper. This is a time when you definitely want a corner man. That seemed like a match that should be reviewed, I think. Michael Conrad ended up taking it. See how this goes. All right, next match is up. Chad Sandige in orange, Jeremy Coleman in purple. Here we go. They meet in the middle. No testing of range. They're going right in. Trying to time each other out, see who can land that hit first. Chad came ahead in that exchange. They're both going for shallow targets. This is a good strategy. They ruled it no exchange there. Hit to the hand, self-called. 2-2. Very fast shot. Happened to tag him in his offhand. You know, if it's out there, it can get hit. That's part of the game. Nice thrust. Got hit in the hand again. That looked doubly to me. So Chad got a cut to the body and Jeremy got a cut to the head. Definitely that would be a double. All right, we've got Kim and Dylan. Kim's got very good timing. Nice cut to the hand there. Kim with a very bold strategy, lots of flair. He's trying to give his opponent a lot to think about that his opponent's probably not used to seeing. It's definitely making it work out to his advantage here. 11 seconds remain. That looked like a double. Fighter's body language says it was a double. Here we go, try again. High guard by Kim. He's coming in with that tip. Looked like a double at the end there. That's okay, time has expired. Kim takes a round 6-0. Next up we have Luke Mello versus Lucas Anselmo. Battle of the Lucases. Anselmo with a real clean cut to what looked like the arm to me. That was a clean cut to the head by Lucas. Luke Mello is going to need to get offline if he wants to score some points here. Simply coming straight in on Lucas Anselmo is not working out for him. Another cut to the head. Score is yet to be updated. Called it a cut to the arm. All right. Luke had a hit there, self-called. They're giving him 2 points. Nice cut to the head there by Anselmo. Excellent parry and cut around. Not in a hurry. Time has expired. Lucas Anselmo takes this round 20-2. All right, we've got Jure Shin versus Sean Leonard. We got two big men. They've each had some reach advantage over their opponents up to this point, but now that is gone. Looks like Sean got in there with a body shot. They're both staying just barely in reach, which is definitely a good way to go. Counting that, solid thrust. Here we go. Guy just casually strolling through the stream here. Excellent parry and cut around by Jure. That looked very doubly to me. Let's see what the marshals say. I believe they're calling that no exchange. That's the match. 16-10. Chad Sandige takes this one. All right, coming up next we have Jamal Smith, Chad Sandige. Chad fighting back to back. Jamal up by 4. They got 30 seconds remaining. Chad Sandige with 2 points. Now we're resetting points. Chad 4-0, 4-2. Not quite sure what's happening here. 6-2. Why not? All right, moving over to pool 3. Got Andy Hall in orange, Joseph Campbell in purple. Joseph with the black and green Landesnesh outfit going on. It's pretty cool. That looked like a hit to the elbow. Andy Hall takes that round. Two to 12. All right, coming back over to pool number 2. We've got Sean Leonard versus Michael Conrad. They've both had good showings today. This should be fun. We'll cut to the hand. Michael staying calm in the middle of that fight, just moving right in, tags him in the head. Kind of a neat sweep that Sean did there. All right, here we go. Looked like a blow after blow. They're saying Sean Leonard got that one. Haven't seen the points update. Michael Conrad with a cut to the head there while our camera was hiccuping. Another cut to the head. Sean needs to calm down. The time has expired. Michael Conrad winning. Next up, we have Lucas Anselmo versus Dre Shin. Dre planting in the middle there. Looks like both fighters are doing a good job staying on their toes, not planting their heels. That'll make them more mobile. Nice cut to the elbow, very clean. Dre threatening with a tip, but changing to a cut. Got a shallow strike there. Looked like another possible cut to the hand. They're tied up. 20 seconds remain. Calling a strike to the hand for Lucas Anselmo. No, strike to the head. That was a dual Simo cut. Time has expired. Lucas wins 8-4. All right, next up we've got Aesong Kim and Luke Mello. Kim, very entertaining fighter to watch. His timing is impeccable. Definitely Luke's gonna need to hide all of his tells for this one. You can see Luke has a big wind up for every cut. That's telling Kim exactly when it's time to strike. Kim saw that arm retract for the thrust, and he moved in quickly before it could begin. Good on Luke for getting offline, taking some lateral movement. Definitely that is a good thing to do. Don't think it worked out here though. Marshall's conferring. All right. Kim giving that big flare. Look at my sword while I think about what I'm going to do to you. Such a slow cut, landed nice and square right on the chest. Kim replies with his own cut to the chest. And that is time. Kim the winner, 8-4. All right, here we go. Dylan McGee and Jeremy Coleman. Look like a pretty clean cut to the arm for Dylan there. He's very loaded up, very bladed off. Took a little cut to the face there. Oh, cut to the hand, excuse me. Dylan trying to fly in there and get that deep target. Looked like it was a Simo. All right, that was a nice catch by Jeremy there. That looked like blow after blow. Looks like the marshals agree. Clean hit. That would be 2 points. Jeremy Coleman taking this round 8-4. All right, well, thank you all for joining us. We're going to have a short break coming up here, and we will get into our next section of saber fighting.
At Sterling Armory, we take pride in providing high-quality, one-of-a-kind blades for museums, theater, film, martial arts, and the discerning collector. Whether you are a beginner looking for your first piece or an experienced swordsman seeking precision and reliability, we have a wide selection to suit your needs. Our commitment to excellence and quality ensures that every piece you purchase from Sterling Armory meets the highest standards of craftsmanship and performance. Welcome to Acer Metalworks, historically inspired armor for the sports-minded enthusiast. At Acer Metalworks, we specialize in custom medieval-inspired armor and accessories. Since our humble beginning in 2011, we have since branched out into decorative armor, accessories, and armor for the Armored Combat League. At AcerMetalworks.com, you can shop or design your very own medieval armor, helmets, and accessories. Get ready for the most immersive and educational HEMA event of the year. SoCal Sword Fight 2026 will host our largest and most competitive tournament lineup yet. Drawing fighters from across the globe to compete in 27 unique events, 2026 brings together fighters, instructors, and enthusiasts for an unparalleled experience. March 20th through the 22nd at the Sheraton Fairplex and Conference Center. SoCal Sword Fight 2026. You don't want to miss it. Fright Fight 2025 is proud to present our sponsor, Castile Armory. Founded by lifelong swordsman Sam Kovic in 2013, Castile Armory creates world-class swords and accessories for a discerning clientele, because quality and attention to detail are everything in a niche market. If it's not good enough for us to use in tournament, it's not good enough for our customers. Visit Castile Armory to see our full line of swords and accessories.
Hi, my name's Matt Aaron. I'm a co-owner of the Armored Academy of Arizona and co-captain of the Phoenix Blood Eagles. And we're here today at Fright Fight for a bro fight exhibition. It's the closest I can get to legally partaking in gladiator combat. That we can't kill people anymore, and I'm not trying to kill people, but I want to get pretty damn close to experience it. What the people in the 1400s did, which is wearing medieval armor and beating someone with a fucking melee weapon. So how much experience does your opponent have? Like 2 years, I think. 2 years doing melees, which is anything 2v2 and above. We both have no 1v1 experience, but we're going to make it flashy and fun. I've been participating in armor combat in Buhurt for about 5-6 years now. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
In such a small list, I think it's important not to get totally tied up completely, and don't get pushed in a corner. Do not.
All right, we are back. We've got a few more matches. Coming up, we got Chad Sandige and Michael Conrad. Michael Conrad, the former gold medalist, having a really solid showing here today. Getting geared up here. All right, here we go. Solid shot to the face by Michael. His timing is very good. If Chad wants to win here, he's going to have to not have any wasted motion at all. He needs to be very crisp. Everything with a purpose. He's starting to tighten it up. That was a double. Michael driving Chad back until he reaches that corner and he realizes he can't go anymore, catching a shot to the face. That looked like blow after blow to me. It looks like the marshals agree. All right, 13 seconds remain. Here we go. Definitely, it looks to me like Michael is in Chad's brain. Time has elapsed. Michael Conrad takes around 16-0. Once you get inside someone's head like that, they don't know if your attack is real, if it's fake. They start reacting to everything you do. They're not acting anymore. Now you get to dictate the pace of the fight. You get to decide where everybody's going to be. Makes it easier to win. Here we go, Jamal Smith. He's got a very flamboyant style. He does a lot of hurry up and wait. Good job changing his rhythm. Looked like he may have taken a little nick. Dylan McGee with the orange armband. Marshals conferring here. Looks like they've made a decision. Dylan with a shallow cut.
Nope. So Ryan doesn't have a phone. I don't have my phone on me, and Matt doesn't have a phone.
Jamal.
Could you check where I am?
Jamal says he took a shot to the arm. Really trying to get that very clean thrust. Didn't work out there. Dylan stepping to the side, cutting around. Looks like Jamal took a shot to the head there. And here we go. Looked to me like maybe Jamal walked onto that. Dylan takes that round 12-0. Next up, we've got Luke Mello and Jeremy Coleman. They are ready. We've got Luke with the orange armband, Jeremy with purple. Luke trying to get that deep target. Looks like he got it. Another shot to the midsection there. Unanswered by Jeremy. Jeremy threatening with a tip. That looked like a Simo to me. Judges are saying Luke got it. All right. Looks like we have some conversation going on. perhaps a tip. Move over to our other one here. We've got ring number 3. Over here we have Ryan Shapiro, Tom Oswowski, Ostrovsky. Solid thrust there by Ryan. Tom ahead in points, 6-4. Nice cut and parry. It looks like Tom came over the top with a cut to the head. Not sure how that ended. Time has elapsed. Tom the winner, 10-4. Got the next match loading up here. We got Jay Simpson and a pile of people in front of the monitor. Adam Simmons. Both fighters seem to be ready here. Here they come. Jay Simpson with the orange armband, he's definitely got an aggressive fight style. He's getting in there, getting low, nice and loaded up to spring. Jay doing a pretty good job of parrying and cutting around. Tried to catch him as he came through. See how the marshals score this one. They want to discuss. All right. Adam Simmons is currently ahead. Looked like a cut to the leg there. All right, time has elapsed. Adam Simmons, winner, 6-0. All right, next up we have Michael Giebitz and Andrew Hall. I believe I've sparred Andy Hall. This is his preferred weapon format. Looked like a nice shot to the leg, perhaps, maybe the body. Looks like a leg. Another low shot there. Currently tied 2-2. All right, 2-6. And time has elapsed. Andrew Hall, the winner, 10-2. got Josh Maltese, Michael Kirshner. Pretty solid shot there. They're saying there was a double. Moving on. Looked like two solid cuts by Josh there. Gave him 4 points. Moving on. Good. Couple parries and a cut to the body. Coming in, that looked like a good shot on the low part for Michael. Looks like they saw something for Joshua first. That looked like a cut to the wrist. They're saying no exchange. Joshua testing the thrust there. Looks like he got a little eager. They're saying that it was a Simo. Time has elapsed. Josh is the winner, 10-0. All right, we want to thank everybody for joining us. We're going to give you some commercials now. We'll be back shortly.
Fright Fight 2025 is proud to present our sponsor, Castile Armory. Founded by lifelong swordsman Sam Kovic in 2013, Castile Armory creates world-class swords and accessories for a discerning clientele. Because quality and attention to detail are everything in a niche market. If it's not good enough for us to use in tournament, it's not good enough for our customers. Visit Castile Armory to see our full line of swords and accessories. Get ready for the most immersive and educational HEMA event of the year. SoCal Sword Fight 2026 will host our largest and most competitive tournament lineup yet, drawing fighters from across the globe to compete in 27 unique events. 2026 brings together fighters, instructors, and enthusiasts for an unparalleled experience. March 20th through the 22nd at the Sheraton Fairplex and Conference Center. SoCal Sword Fight 2026. You don't want to miss it. At Sterling Armory, we take pride in providing high-quality, one-of-a-kind blades for museums, theater, film, martial arts, and the discerning collector. Whether you are a beginner looking for your first piece or an experienced swordsman seeking precision and reliability, we have a wide selection to suit your needs. Our commitment to excellence and quality ensures that every piece you purchase from Sterling Armory meets the highest standards of craftsmanship and performance.
Hi, my name's Matt Aaron. I'm a co-owner of the Armored Academy of Arizona and co-captain of the Phoenix Blood Eagles. And we're here today at Fright Fight for a bro fight exhibition.
It's the closest I can get to legally partaking in gladiator combat. That we can't kill people anymore, and I'm not trying to kill people, but I want to get pretty damn close to experience it. What the people in the 1400s did, which is wearing medieval armor and beating someone with a fucking melee weapon.
So how much experience does your opponent have?
Like 2 years, I think. 2 years doing melees, which is anything 2v2 and above. We both have no 1v1 experience, but we're gonna make it flashy and fun. free.
I've been participating in armored combat in Buhurt for about 5-6 years now. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
In such a small list, I think it's important not to get totally tied up completely, and don't get pushed in the corner. Do not get pushed in the corner, especially in a small list. Don't get stuck. Stay in the middle. Stay groovy. Stay smooth. Yeah.
He is a Mormon with anger issues.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say anger issues. I would say I'm super passionate about the sport, and I take it kind of
You were the nicest guy in the world till you put your helmet on.
Yeah.
Like the pressure's on that I get to perform one way or another, whether that's failure or victory. Kind of up to me.
welcome back. We've got more pools for you. We actually have 5 pools today, and this is pool 5 on ring number 3. We're gonna pick up where we're at here. We've got, oh boy, see if I can read it. Cody Kiwazik and Grant Parmiello. Getting old, folks. My eyes don't work that great. Anyways, Grant in purple and Cody in orange. That looked like a pretty solid hit by Cody. I thought it was the arm. Looks like the marshals agree. Well timed by Cody. Cut to the body. Did not see. He says, got me in the wrist over there, so that would be 2 points. Thank you. All right, Cody up by 6. 10 seconds remain. That looked like a very clean cut to the face. You're saying it was a double? Cody, winner, 10-0. Next fighters. One is already ready. The other one is pretty much ready. We got waiting for the scoreboard to update. They are eager. All right, definitely not an improvement on the monitor there. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to get pulled up. Later on tonight, we have a Buhurt Pro Fight going on. It's going to be 4 different matches, 8 contestants. And we also have a sword and shield duel in Buhurt. Buhurt often, when people hear the term, they think of the melee fighting, which is a lot of grappling. Grappling being necessary because we don't thrust in Buhurt. The problem with thrusting in Buhurt is it's way too effective, and what ends up happening is people die. So we don't thrust at all. We can't make it safe, so we just don't do it. So you won't see any of that. However, what that means is in the melees, we end up with a lot of grappling, a lot of wrestling. We joke about it as fat people hugging each other till somebody falls down. That's not particularly fun to watch, but that is not what we will be doing tonight. Tonight we're doing Pro Fight, which is more like an MMA fight. There will be some grappling. There might even be some ground fighting. But for the most part, what you're going to see is a lot of weapon strikes, shield strikes, punches, kicks, knees, elbows, that kind of thing. Pretty exciting. So I believe we begin at 6:30 p.m. tonight. You don't want to miss that. Tune in. Tech support working on the laptop over there. Wouldn't want to be one of these fighters right now. You got all pumped up and excited, and now you got to wait. All right, we are monitor back on. Fighters getting geared up again. We got Jeff and Robert. Jeff in purple, Robert in orange. Testing range here. They don't want to get too committed just yet. And that's why. Solid shot to the head. They're saying, no, that was a dual hit. Here we go. Trying a little sweep, cut around there. Robert stepped out. Okay, clock reset to 25 seconds. Jeff with a nice cut. Looks like it was cut to the arm. He's got 2 points. Robert better get in there and get a strike. That looked doubly to me. It looked like Robert got a cut to the arm. Jeff got a thrust. Looks like maybe the marshals only saw a thrust to an extremity. Interesting. Time has elapsed. That makes Jeff our winner, 4-0. Next up, we have Corey Blythe and Timothy Hilton. Corey in orange, Timothy in purple. Looked like a little cut around by Corey there to the face. Nice shot. He's coming in with a high guard, an ox. Makes things difficult to adjust. Double there. I didn't see anything there. No exchange. Get back in. All right, resetting time to 35 seconds. All right. Shot for Corey there. It looks like Timothy says no, it was the arm. It was right here. Unfortunately, the judges see what they see. You are kind of performing for the judges, so it's part of the game. Looks like we're having a little discussion here. All right, reset the score 2-8. Corey has 8. Corey calls a self-call to the face. 6-8. Timothy could win this. He has 8 seconds. That was a clean shot to the arm. They're saying that it was a double. Time has elapsed. Corey is the winner, 8-6. Next up, we have Matt Lawrence and Jaden Booth. Jaden with purple, Matt in orange. Calling it a double. Matt went low. When you go low with that first shot like that, it is dangerous. You might take a hit to the head. Excellent thrust by Matthew. They're calling it a double. It looked like he did take a shot on his way in or soon after. There we go. Like a shot was landed by Matthew. No, it was landed by Jaden. A lot of wrist work going on here. I saw some blow after blow. Yeah, they're going to call it no exchange. Here we go. We got the largest marshal we could find, put him right in front of the camera. Sorry, folks. Looks like Jaden took that one. Next up, we have Alexander Landis and Torin Dabbs. Looks like Alexander's going to possibly have a reach advantage here. Torin likely will employ a few feints here and there, try and get in. Alexander landing a shot. Here we go, next exchange. Solid shot to the hand by Torin. Definitely, if your opponent puts it out there, feel free to hit it. I would call that blow after blow, but they're giving 2 points to Torin for shot to the wrist. Oh, they say it was a thrust to the head. I'm not sure about that. Couldn't see around the gigantic marshal. They're saying no exchange there. That looked like a pretty good cut to the shoulder. 6-4. I didn't see anything of quality there. Let's see what they say. They say Torin landed a good shot. Torin takes that round 8-6. That was some good back and forth there. All right, next up we have Cody and Robert. Testing range here. Robert has run out of ring, and Cody used that to his advantage there. I'm not sure why we're stopping. Oh, it looks like we have a technical issue. I think that was the this'll be a minute hand wave. Yeah. Do some squats. Stay warm, guys. Looks like Robert's last name is Cusivier. Cusiver. And Kivacek for Cody. Maybe. Sorry, guys. I do my best. Self-call on the face there. That was a fast strike. All right, next up. Testing that long point. That was a little pick to the hand, and hand is a target, folks. Here we go. Caught the inside there. It looked like that would be 2 points for the shallow target. All right. Points were taken away. I'm not sure why. Okay. Both fighters fighting very linearly. That's why Robert is finding himself outside the ring a little too much. Ooh, that's strange. How'd that happen? All right, Cody is the victor, 14-2. It's very fast. All right, next up we have Grant, Paravello, and Alexander Landis. Good timing on the part of Alexander there. Looked like a shot to the leg. Alexander seeking that head. They called it a double. Moving on to the next exchange. That was a nice clean strike to the head. Good shot to the chest there for Orange. All right. Couldn't see that one from where I'm at. They're giving 2 points to Grant. That would indicate a shallow cut. That looked doubly. Yeah. Good thrust. Next match, got the camera back on. Got people standing in front of the thing. We got Torn Dabs in purple and Jaden Booth in orange. Couldn't see there. That was a solid shot to the hand by Torin. That'll be 2 points. Smart move on Torin's part. This Jaden Booth is quite a large fellow. He's probably got reach. If he's going to put his hand out there, take that hand all day. we go. There, nicely done. Good shot to the gauntlet there. Saying Torin got another point there. Not sure why we held there. Didn't see anything. Oh, the scorekeeper is. All right, here we go. We got a little time back on the clock. Excellent grapple with a thrust to the body by Torin. Torin the winner this round, 18-0. Well done, Torin. Timothy Hilton, Matthew Lawrence. Timothy in orange, Matthew in purple. Orange. Looks like they're tied up 4-4. Testing range. Yep, Timothy got planted on his heels, and Matthew made him pay for it. That looked doubly, very doubly. They both agree. See the heads nodding. All right. Got a moment here. Yeah, back of the head protector on that one got a little loosened up. Looks like we're ready to go. We got 25 seconds left. Excellent thrust to the neck by Matthew. You could see the nice bend in the blade. A little bit messy. It looked like some shots to the hand. That is how they've scored it. Looked like a nice thrust to me. We'll see what they say. They're going to talk about it. I think they're going to call it no exchange. Well, he said he got something. And that is time. Matthew the winner, 16-6. That was good timing. We've got Corey Blythe in purple, Jeff Fisher in orange. Testing. Looked like Jeff snuck over the top of that blade, got the tip in the face. 4 points. That was a nice snipe to the hand by Corey. Both in a not particularly aggressive guard. That was a double strike there. All right, here we go. Next exchange. Got 9 seconds. Clean as... looked clean to me, but apparently there was a thrust in there. Jeff is the victor, 4-2. Moving on to the next one. We got Timothy Hilton and Torin Dabbs. Getting the gauntlet on here. Here comes Torin. Torin having a pretty strong showing today, doing pretty well. Looks like, unlike the last match Torin was in, the heights are fairly evenly matched. Let's see how this one gets handled. Coming in, long point there on Timothy's part. Looked like they both hit each other's hands to me. We'll see what the marshals have to say. They've made a decision. They're saying no exchange. Still zeros. Here we go. Next exchange. That looked like a pretty solid shot to the face. 4 points for that one. Timothy saying, you definitely got my hand. Yeah, they're ruling it a cut to the face. That looked like a solid little snipe there. Torn's good at these little snipes, and those points add up. Got a little greedy there, paid for it on the way in. Here we go. All right, little cut to the arm. Oh, they called it a deep shot. All right, Torn wins 10-8. Pretty good showing by both fencers. All right, next match here, we've got Timothy versus, oh no, that's the last one. They have not updated. Okay, now we got Jaden Booth versus Alexander Landis. Jaden in purple, Alexander in orange. Alexander long point coming in. Little snipe to the leg, definitely an after blow. I don't know if they're gonna count it. Call that a deep cut. That looked like a cut to the body, but he got tipped in the head. That's nothing. Let's move on. Cut to the body. They're saying cut to the arm. That looked like a cut to the arm. Clock's been running. They just paused it. Here we go. 8 seconds left. Looked like several cuts to the hand there to me on the part of Alexander. Looks like Jaden also got some of those. This is a draw. Moving on, we have Grant versus Robert. Robert in orange, Grant in purple. They both have Landis Nesh pants. Robert definitely looking to explode forward there. Looked like maybe Grant got a little chop to the arm. Looks like judges agree. He's got his arm way out there, but he's also got his tip threatening, so it's not as easy as you'd think. Looks like Grant popped in there, maybe got a little something. They, yeah, they're calling it a double. Clock's been running the whole time. See if they add any time back on there. Nope, they're just gonna go. All right. I didn't see it. They say Robert landed a shallow cut. He's saying, no, I didn't. It's nice when the fighters judge themselves. Got 14 seconds. If Robert gets a deep cut here, he may take this round. They're both doing an excellent job of defense. Nice head movement there. That looked doubly to me. Looks like the judges agree. Time has expired. Winner is Grant, but just barely. Good work by both fencers. Next up, we got Corey and Cody. Cody in purple, Corey in orange. That looked like a pretty good cut to the arm. Let's see what the judges say. All right, looks like discussion is ended. They're just going to say no exchange. All right, here we go. Next exchange. That looked like a little snipe to the hand. Looks like the marshals agree. Cody gets a couple points for that. Another snipe. Oh, he made it all the way to his face. Now they're just running into each other's measure. They each get an equal chance at hitting in the face, and that's what happened there. That was a good parry and cut around. Looked like it's to the elbow to me. Judges agree. That was messy. They're going to give some points to Cody. Cody's saying he got me too, so they're going to take those points off. Good on Cody. All right, here we go. That looked like a good snipe to the hand. And time is expired. Cody wins at 10-2. All right, we got Matthew versus Jeff. Jeff in purple. Looks like Matthew got a little hand snipe in there. That looked like a cut to the butt. Let's see how they one says I think they doubled, the other says I think he got him. Now they got to convince each other. They're trying, folks. They want to be accurate as best they can. All right, here we go. 2-2. I saw a little hand tip there. They each saw something. Call it no exchange. It's probably a good idea. They got 30 seconds. They can make something happen. Matthew in long point. Looked like Matthew got a leg, but I think he caught a shot to the head. The tip fell off that Saber, so definitely something happened. These Sabers have been donated by Castile Armory. They're actually going to be auctioned off later after the fights are over. So people that attend the auction will be able to own one of these Sabers if they want. Comes pre-seasoned with a few little dings on the edge there. All right, looks like it's about repaired. The tips make it easier to see what's going on with the tip of that sword too. Helps with the judging. All right, we're all repaired. Hopefully the fighters didn't get cold. All right, we got 20 seconds left. That looked like a very powerful thrust. I don't know if he got hit on the way in. We're gonna say he did not. That was a nice clean thrust. That was a good job offsetting the tip of that sword and cutting around. I'm gonna say looks like maybe he got hit on the way in. All right, here we go. 4 seconds remain. Time has expired. Matthew is the winner. Next up, Jeff and Torin. Torin's getting an armband there, orange. Jeff's got an armband already, purple. Just need to put that helmet on. Looks like maybe some gear got removed and had to be replaced. This happens in Buhurt too. There are people who remove their entire kit in between matches and they got to put it on again. That's 80 pounds that you got to take off and put on. It's kind of exhausting. Just leave it on. Matt's getting adjusted. All right, ready to go. Here we go. That was a very smooth hand snipe by Torin. 2 points to start us off. Well, hold on. Torin saying I got hit too. They're going to call it no exchange. Take those points away. Here we go. 51 seconds remain. Scorekeeper's indicating she's ready. Here we go. Saw a little thrust sneak in there. One judge saw it, give him 2 points. A little sweep. That looked doubly. I agree with that, Judge. No exchange. Here we go. Oh, I guess we're talking about it. Okay, we're ready. Interesting guard. I believe in the KDF style of fighting, they call that the Wrath Guard. It's usually a strong strike to follow. Kind of a mess in there. Looks like purple is getting some points. Deep strike, everything's tied up. Time has expired. This looks like maybe they're going to add some time back on. Scorekeeper wasn't quite ready. The clock was running. All right, they're rolling at a draw. All right, now we got Cody and Matthew. Cody got a shallow hit there, gets 2 points. That looked like a deep strike. Nice. They're saying Simo. Gonna call that a wash. Here we go. Let's try again. Something went flying. That was the tip off the sword. I saw it fly over and some luggage over by the wall here. I'm sure we got more tips. We got another Saber. Here we go. All right. And they're off. Looked like a shot to the face to me. That's what the marshal seems to be indicating. Here we go. All right. Self-call. They're saying it's a double. Here we go. Matthew, very squatted down, bladed off. He is ready to explode. They're both getting into each other's reach right away. That's leading to a lot of these doubles that we're seeing. Look like a little cut to the hand, maybe. Gonna talk about it. Adding some time back, okay. Here we go. Matthew ran right in there. Ate a tip on the way in. Matthew needs a corner coach to tell him to calm down. There's running in there, hitting each other. Time has expired. Cody is the winner, 6-0. Cody doing pretty good in his pool here. Next up, we got Corey Blythe, Robert Kushner. Robert is loaded. He is on his heels, though. Looked like a shot to the groin there. Purple getting a deep strike. Robert trying to tag that hand. Unfortunately, hasn't got it yet. All right. They're going to chat. You can see both fighters very linear in their fencing. You do have a whole ring. Could be stepping around, but both fighters content to simply use a straight line to each other. Here we go. High guard there, Ox. Cutting around. Definitely wants Robert to take a swing. Robert gets the grapple, sinks a thrust in there. Very nice. Corey timed that very well. Time has expired. Corey is the winner, 10-4. All right, next up, Jaden Booth and Grant. Here we go. Grant on his toes, Jaden planting right there in the middle. Just trying for that head. That looked like 2 very clean chops to the hand. That's what the marshals say. Here we go with the next exchange. That looked doubly. They agree. It is doubly. We're going to talk about it. Yeah, the fighter's like, no, it really was a double. All right. 32 seconds. All right, a little shot to the hand there. Here we go. 20 seconds remain. Grant showing some different looks there. Jaden planted. That looked like a solid shot to the head. That is how they ruled it. That was an excellent hand snipe by Grant. Winner is Grant. 10-0. Next up, we've got Alexander Landis and Timothy Hilton. Alexander in purple, Timothy in orange. Alexander long point. Looked like a shot to the hand. Looks like they say it was deep. No, they say it was not. Wow. It's not what I saw, but I'm not the judge. Yeah, that looked doubly to me as well. All right. Here we go, 36 seconds. Clean as clean can be. That's the best. It's coming up with a sweep. Timothy's using a sweep to come up, try and offset that blade and cut around. This time it didn't work out. He's going to try it again. It's kind of messy. They're going to award some points for Timothy, though. I thought Alexander caught Timothy on the way out. That judge over there says Timothy got something. They're going to call it a double, and we're going to move on. Oh, time has expired. Timothy is the winner, 6-2. All right, our next fighters are in here. We've got Robert and Matthew. They both like this nice long setup. Looks like our camera's wanting to be acknowledged. I'm going to acknowledge the camera here for a sec. There we go. Orange got a shallow shot. 4-2 right now. That was a clean shot to the head by Matthew. He's now taking the lead at 6-4. Matthew using little hops. They're calling that one a Simo. He's going to run in. I like that Matthew's giving Robert some different looks. Doesn't use the same thing. We end up with a draw here, 6-6. All right, we've got Torrin Dobbs versus Cody Kiwachik. Kavishik. Look kind of doubly to me. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah, they agree. All right. These two have been probably the strongest two in this pool. Looked like a shallow cut to me. Yeah, Cody. Torrin's pretty good at those shallow cuts too. I wouldn't count anybody out here. Looked like another shallow cut. Oh, they ruled it a deep cut. Interesting. All right. That looked like a double. Yep. All right. Ready to go. Oh, hold on. Got a armor failure over here. All right, everything's been repaired. Here we go. That was tippy, but they are going to give a couple points to Cody, it looks like. All right, here we go. 7 seconds remain. Gave 4 points for that. That was deep. That one was clear. All right, 2 seconds, and time's up. 14-0. Cody wins that. All right, got our next fencers here. We got Jeff and Alexander. They actually circled. Look at that. They got offline and they circled. Not seeing a lot of that today. It definitely worked out for Alexander. Looked like a double. Yeah. Problem with circling is you have to keep circling. You can't simply stop. Unfortunately, we have a group forming in front of the camera. See if we can shoo him out of there. There we go. Let us see the action. Ah, doubly. I suspect our fighters are starting to feel a little fatigue here at the end of the pool. At the Buhurt school, we do all of our round training after we've done a lot of sparring, a lot of exercise. Alexander taking this one 4-0. We do all of our actual sparring and everything after we're tired, because that's when it matters most, when you're tired. Here we've got Jaden Booth in orange. We've got Timothy Hilton in purple. Timothy, very long. Getting every bit of reach he can out of there. Looks like Jaden got in there. Timothy would do well to get offline. That's Jaden self-calling there. Clock is running. Let's see if they put a little time back on there. Having a little discussion. Looks like our other pool that we can't actually see, we don't have a camera set up over there, but it has finished. So this is the last pool. After this, we'll be going to single elims. All right, here we go. that looked doubly. Yeah, marshals agree. All right, next exchange. They've got 6 seconds left to make something happen. That looked like an after blow, maybe a blow after blow. They're going to talk about it. Time has run out. It matters though, you know, the thing is that we're counting how many points each person makes total out of everything. So every point matters. I mean, someone else who had the same number of wins and losses as you but did it with fewer points would end up not advancing. Going to call Jaden the winner there, 6-0. All right, next up we have Corey and Grant. All right, here we go. Corey in orange, the red and black gambeson. Good exchange. They ended up doubling at the end. The longer an exchange goes, the more likely it ends in something messy. That was a very good hand snipe by Grant. All right, here we go. Grant using every bit of reach he has. However, Corey getting the face mask there. That looked pretty good. Solid shot to the face. He offset the blade with the strong of his sword, drove the weak into the face mask. Here we've got a double, get reset. We got 4 seconds. Something could happen. Corey can still win this. Not like that. See how they score this. Was that a double? All right, Grant taking this round, 6-4. Grant's not done yet. He's got to switch sides, switch colors. He's up again. He's going to be fighting Timothy. All right, Grant getting a little bit of rest here. He looks ready. Timothy looking calm and collected there. Here we go. Timothy, very long point there. He's looking to offset the blade slightly and then get a cut, but it looks like Grant snuck a little hand cut into there. Nice parry by Purple. He was able to get that blade to shed to the side, cut around to the head. All right, here we go. 30 seconds remain. Good timing by Grant there. He did catch an afterblow. It's not enough to simply hit your opponent. You need to also keep yourself safe. That was ruled no exchange. Well, Purple got a shallow. All right. Looks like they awarded it to Grant. All right. Shot to the head for Grant. They only gave him 2 points. Match is over. Grant wins this one too. That's 2 in a row for Grant. And then we're going to be cutting to a break now. We will be back shortly.
2, 1, go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready, set, go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready, set, go. Everyone watching, we up in the game. Shooting our shot, yeah, we ready to play. Look lucky change. Remember the name. Leveling up, here we breaking the chains. Playing with fire, don't rattle the cage. Pushing the limit, whatever it takes. This is the moment where legends are made. This is where legends are made. 3, 2, 1, go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready, set, go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready, set, go. Yeah, we told ya, we the champions, we the chosen. Gonna bust it wide open and own it. In the zone, yeah, don't you know it? Yeah, this is the moment. Breaking the mold, we making a statement. Bringing the boom, the earth will be shaking. We on the move, we hitting the pavement. Best and the brightest of our generation. Of our generation. 3, 2, 1, go.
That's your best bet.
Hi, my name's Matt Aaron. I'm a co-owner of the Armored Academy of Arizona and co-captain of the Phoenix Blood Eagles. And we're here today at Fright for a bro fight exhibition.
Because it's the closest I can get to legally partaking in gladiator combat. That we can't kill people anymore, and I'm not trying to kill people, but I want to get pretty damn close to experience it. What the people in the 1400s did, which is wearing medieval armor and beating someone with a fucking melee weapon.
So how much experience does your opponent have?
Like 2 years, I think. 2 years doing melees, which is anything 2v2 and above. We both have no 1v1 experience, but we're gonna make it flashy and fun. Free.
I've been participating in armored combat in Buhurt for about 5-6 years now. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
In such a small list, I think it's important not to get totally tied up completely, and don't get pushed in the corner. Do not get pushed in the corner, especially in a small list. Don't get stuck. Stay in the middle. Stay groovy. Stay smooth. Yeah.
He is a Mormon with anger issues.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say anger issues. I would say I'm super passionate about the sport, and I take it kind of seriously.
You are the nicest guy in the world, so you put your helmet on.
Yeah.
Like the pressure's on that I get to perform one way or another, whether that's failure or victory. Kind of up to me.
Welcome to Acer Metalworks, historically inspired armor for the sports-minded enthusiast. At Acer Metalworks, we specialize in custom medieval-inspired armor and accessories. Since our humble beginning in 2011, we have since branched out into decorative armor, accessories, and armor for the Armored Combat League. At acermetalworks.com, you can shop or design your very own medieval armor, helmets, and accessories. Get ready for the most immersive and educational HEMA event of the year. SoCal Sword Fight 2026 will host our largest and most competitive tournament lineup yet, drawing fighters from across the globe to compete in 27 unique events. 2026 brings together fighters, instructors, and enthusiasts for an unparalleled experience. March 20th through the 22nd at the Sheraton Fairplex and Conference Center. SoCal Sword Fight 2026. You don't want to miss it. Fright Fight 2025 is proud to present our sponsor, Castile Armory. Founded by lifelong swordsman Sam Kovic in 2013, Castile Armory creates world-class swords and accessories for a discerning clientele. Because quality and attention to detail are everything in a niche market. If it's not good enough for us to use in tournament, it's not good enough for our customers. Visit Castile Armory to see our full line of swords and accessories. At Sterling Armory, we take pride in providing high-quality, one-of-a-kind blades for museums, theater, film, martial arts, and the discerning collector. Whether you are a beginner looking for your first piece or an experienced swordsman seeking precision and reliability, we have a wide selection to suit your needs. Our commitment to excellence and quality ensures that every piece you purchase from Sterling Armory meets the highest standards of craftsmanship and performance.
All right, welcome back. We are back with some Fright Fight 2025. We are in the Saber elims. And what's happening here is if you lose your match, you are done with Saber. So pressure's on. Over here we got Matt Lawrence, we got Josh Warner. Nice cut off to the side there by Matt Lawrence. Woo. Charging in. Looks like we got 90-second rounds now, so they've extended the time a little bit. Joshua getting inside Matt's reach. That's not going to help. He's too close. He's able to be hit from that distance. That looked like a good hit. I don't think any of the... Oh, okay. Yep, they are. They're going to... Oh, they gave the points to Matt Lawrence. Those should have gone to Josh. It's kind of a bummer. All right. Here we go. Tap. Good snipe. Josh has someone in his corner. That's good. That looked like a blow after blow. They're going to rule it as no exchange. Time has elapsed. Winner is Matt Lawrence, 8-4. All right, next up we got Dimitri Sanborn, Chandler Ryder. Dimitri with a purple armband. He's got green on, big Landis Nesh pants. Chandler's gonna have the orange armband. He's got a yellow gambeson. Detected an issue with the Saber. These Sabers were donated by Castile Armory, and after everything is completed, they're going to have a raffle, or an auction. So some of these folks could buy a used Saber. Alright, moving over to the other ring here, we've got Sean Leonard and Ryan Shapiro. These guys faced each other in the previous. Sean Leonard the winner here. Alright, coming back, we've got Dimitri and Chandler. Bold move by Dimitri. He's using his head and his body as bait, and he's trying to catch Chandler as Chandler comes in. They're both planted. You can see Dimitri's got his weight committed to his toes, which is good, makes him mobile. Chandler seems to be on his heels somewhat. High guard for Chandler. I would assume he's going to cut down, offset, and try to go for a thrust. Let's see what we got here. Looks like he sniped that hand pretty good. He's well within range for that thrust, but you know, the trick is landing it and keeping yourself safe. Looked like a good cut to the head for Chandler. Doesn't look like any points were added there. Calling that a double hit. Time has expired. Chandler, the winner, 8-0. Coming over the other side, we're tied up 6-6. We got Grant and Randy. Grant in purple, Randy in orange. That one came out to a draw. All right, they're back in. They put 20 seconds back on the clock, but the clock is not running. That was a Simo. Solid thrust to the body there. Clock's still not running. Randy with the win there. All right, coming back over to the second ring, we've got Andy Hall and Jeff Fisher. Not sure why it's, oh, okay, I see. Andy Hall has 2 points. Andy with the purple armband. Looks like Andy is arm hunting. Let's see how they rule that last exchange. Okay, I guess nothing. I saw some incidental contact. I wouldn't look like a good shot to the arm, maybe. All right. 4-0, Andy in the lead. That sounded like a good shot to the elbow. That was an interesting grapple. It looked to me like it worked. They didn't award any points, but Andy Hall is the winner, 6-0. Got an interesting face mask coming up. Let's go over to the other ring. We've got Kim and Joshua. Josh currently ahead. That's a double. While there was a nice thrust there, Josh was cutting him to the head over and over. All right, here we go. Now they awarded 2 points. A little disagreement with the judges there, saying cut to the arm. 2-4, Josh in the lead over there. That looked like a solid shot to the face. They say no, it was a double. All right, here we go. 7 seconds remain. I saw a cut. All right. All right. Looks like Josh won that match. That's 4-2. Coming over, we got Damian Ruiz and Torrin Dabbs. Torrin currently ahead by 2. Damian in the very interesting mask there, also purple armband. I guess he's a Legionnaire. That looked doubly to me. They're going to roll it a double. And we are continuing. That looked doubly to me. Judges agree. We're going to move on 2-2. We got 15 seconds. Oh, 2-4. They say Torrin got the arm. Torrin's been pretty good at sniping shots. That looks solid to me. Looks like judges aren't calling it though. Call a double instead. All right, Torrin is the winner, 4-2. Moving over to ring 3, we've got Tom and Jay. Tom in purple, Jay in orange. Currently, Jay is leading 4-0. Coming in with a long point. Little snipe on the leg there. They're calling it a double. All right, moving on. That looked like a good cut to the hand. Jay is saying no, it was a cut to the head. It's all tied up now. They're saying Jay got a shot to the arm, scoring that 2 points for him. 6-4 right now. Definitely Tom timing out. I thought he got a cut to the hand. That looked doubly. Yeah, they're calling that a double. Time has expired. Jay is the winner of this match. Coming back over to ring number 2, we've got Matt Lawrence versus Cody Kivashik. There we go. These guys faced each other in the previous, I believe they were in the same pool. That was a nice shot to the hand by Cody. Cody doing a good job of taking very small steps offline. That time he went backwards, got caught in the knee. Everything's tied up, 2-2. That looked like a pretty clean shot to the head for Cody. Should be 6-2. 4-2. Interesting. All right. Yeah, Matthew acknowledging the hit to the head there. Pretty solid. Okay, 35 seconds remain. This match is not over. Well done. He went right under that strike, caught him in the leg. Matthew looking like he doesn't quite understand that. I don't either. I would have given those points to Matthew, but that's a solid thrust. Look at the bend in that saber. It's turned into a banana. That's good enough. All right, 2-10 still. That looked like a cut to the head. And he's like, hey, he hit me in the head. Judges have their own idea of what went on in this match. They are the ones that call points. All right, looks like Cody was victorious, 12-2. We were looking at that one. In the other ring, Mike from last year, he took gold last year in Saber. He won his match. He will be advancing. Got our next match here. We got Adam Simmons and Chandler Ryder. Chandler just fought. So this is the next section of elims. Chandler says that he was struck in the hand. Adam Simmons gets 2 points. That looked like a blow after blow to me. They're gonna say that Chandler was first and not count the head strike after. I saw 2 hits by Adam. Let's see what they say. Yes, they gave him credit for the arm strike there. Adam showing a couple different looks, a couple different guards. Chandler going from high to low. Definitely a pretty solid strike to the knee there. Chandler maybe getting a little impatient, ran in. I think he paid with a shot to the leg. Points have not changed on the board. I think the judges are saying that at no quality, Adam the winner, 6-4.
Switch over this one.
All right. Now we got Andrew Hall in purple and Lucas Anselmo with the orange armband. I like that Andrew never stops moving. He's always in motion. Lucas being forced to match him a little bit. I saw a blow after blow. Looks like they're going to give Lucas credit for that. Oh, they gave it to Andrew. All right. All right. Looked like a pretty solid strike to the head for orange. Lucas now in the lead, 4-2. They got 40 seconds remaining. All right, Lucas with a strike to the head. It's a little bit firm. Ask him, please don't hit so hard. I definitely see Andrew trying to react to Lucas. He's trying to counterpunch here. Whoa. Everybody finds a banana peel sometimes. That happens. He just got a little tied up on his own feet there. The score is not changed. Okay, there's an update. There's a little cut to the hand there. Updated the score as of yet, 2-8. All right, switching over to ring number 3, we got Tristan Feckler. He actually took gold in the mixed weapons yesterday. Seeing how he can do in Saber. So far he's doing pretty good, 10-2. He's fighting Josh Maltese. Good timing there, staying just out of range, dropping that tip down. He is the winner. Looks like they didn't award points at the end, but he won 10-2. Good job, Tristan. Coming back to the ring 2, we got Andy Wang and Torn Dabs. Currently Andy ahead by 2. Good exchanges here. They're swinging a bunch and missing a lot. Looked to me like a good thrust to the neck by Torn. Looks like they're not awarding any points. Double here. A lot of back and forth here. They awarded Andy some points for a thrust. That looked doubly to me. Let's see how the marshals rule it. All right. Gave 2 points Torn there. That looked like a strike to the leg. Doesn't look like any points were, okay, 8-2. That was a double, they say. Time has expired. Andy will advance 8-2. Moving over to ring number 3 here. We got a tip replacement going on. Tips do come off. That happens. All right, here we go. Jay with the orange band, Robert with the purple. They are in the middle. I believe the manuscripts refer to that as the speaking window. Dangerous place to be, as we can see. So far, Jay is ahead, 10-2. Looked like a couple cuts. He's saying they did a double. They're going to call it a double. 20 seconds remain. Cut to the head by Robert. That brings him to 6, or should. Yeah, there we go. Time has expired. Jay is the winner, 10-6. Back on ring 2, we have Adam Simmons and Cody Kiwachik. I'm so sorry, Cody. I'm just going to call you Cody. He is currently ahead 2-0. Got a minute and 10. Looked like a strike to the head by Cody. 6-0. All right, shallow cut for Cody. That looked like a good cut to the elbow. Let's see how they score it. They scored a deep cut, 12-0 for Cody. That That looked like Cody got a cut in there to me. Judges didn't see it. Saw something for Adam. Adam's got some points on the board. Okay, they say Cody got a shallow hit. Time has expired. Cody advances, winning 14-4. Moving over to ring number 3 now. We've got Michael and Alfredo. Michael is the last year's gold medalist. He's currently down 0-2. Oh, excuse me. They just updated the score. It's now 4-2 for Michael. Looks like we have another tip issue over here. Let's see how we do. They just did the tip for orange. Now they've done it for purple. They should be good for a little bit. We'll see. That was a clean shot to the body by Alfredo. They ruled it a shallow cut. Now they're tied. That was a good thrust. There was a late cut afterwards, but see how they rule the afterblow. It wasn't late enough for them. They counted it. So no exchange. It's a good tap to the head. Kind of went through his guard. That was a shot to the lower body. Let's see if they call it leg or if they call it body. They said it was leg. Every exchange of discussion. Time has expired. 12-4. Michael advances. All right, back on ring 2, we've got Andy and Lucas. Lucas ahead 4-0. Fast thrust by Andy there. Let's see what they say. No change in score so far. A lot of hold calling. I didn't see any clean strikes there. Time has expired. Lucas advances. Back on ring 3, we've got Tristan Fackler, yesterday's mixed weapon gold medalist, and Jay Simpson. Running for that grapple. It looked to me like he got cut in the body on his way in. Let's see what the judges say. And I said, no quality, we're gonna do it over. He's saying double. What's wrong? Something wrong. Oh, we have a strap came undone. That happens. I don't know what he's telling the fighters, but he is serious. That looked doubly to me. Yeah, judges agree. Here we go. It's not enough to simply run in there and swing. You gotta keep yourself safe. That looked doubly as well. Yep. It's easy to double. I do it a lot when I do HEMA. That was a good snipe to the leg. Sword works better when it's in your hand. He's getting it back. All right, here we go. we've got Lucas on Selmo, Cody. This should be a good matchup. We're getting down to the end. They've both done pretty well. Cody currently ahead, 6-2. Call that a double. Moving on. 37 seconds remain. All right, coming back to ring number 3. That looked like a double. Judges agree. Time has expired. Tristan wins 6-0. Coming back over to Cody and Lucas. They got 30 seconds remaining. That looked like a double. Judges agree. Here we go. Lucas tensing up before he goes. I saw hands getting hit all over. Cody apparently landed first. 10 seconds remain. Oh, they took those points away. All right, 6-2, 8-2. All right. That looked like a pretty nice thrust going in there, and he kept it up, defending himself. It did slide by. They're saying, no, that's not a real thrust. Okay. There should be 10 seconds left, but currently shows 1. They set it at 6. Gotta get in there and get it done, boys. That was blow after blow. Looks like Cody took this match, 10-2. Coming back over to ring number 3, we've got Michael Conrad versus Tristan Fackler. This should be a good matchup. They've both done quite well. That was quite the thrust to the core. It's going to be 4 points for Tristan. Nice cut to the head by Michael. Tristan came in first with a hit to the leg. They called the after blow a after blow. Parrying cut around by Michael. Here we go. Looked to me like Tristan got that arm first. That after blow was mighty late. Alright. Looks like the judges agree. Nice Unterhau to the arm or the leg. We are all tied up. 30 seconds remain. Solid thrust to the neck. Time has expired somehow. 12-8 for Tristan. All right, we've finished up the elimination round. We are now going to move into finals. Find out who our medalists are.
Hi, my name's Matt Aaron. I'm a co-owner of the Armored Academy of Arizona and co-captain of the Phoenix Blood Eagles. And we're here today at Fright for a bro fight exhibition.
It's the closest I can get to legally partaking in gladiator combat. That we can't kill people anymore, and I'm not trying to kill people, but I want to get pretty damn close to experience it. What the people in the 1400s did, which is wearing medieval armor and beating someone with a fucking melee weapon.
So how much experience does your opponent have?
Like 2 years, I think. 2 years doing melees, which is anything 2v2 and above. We both have no 1v1 experience, but we're gonna make it flashy and fun. Free.
I've been participating in armor combat in Buhurt for about 5-6 years now. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
In such a small list, I think it's important not to get totally tied up completely, and don't get pushed in the corner. Do not get pushed in the corner, especially in a small list. Don't get stuck. Stay in the middle. Stay groovy. Stay smooth. Yeah.
He is a Mormon with anger issues.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say anger issues. I would say I'm super passionate about the sport, and I take it kind of seriously.
You are the nicest guy in the world, so you put your helmet on.
Yeah.
Like the pressure's on that I get to perform one way or another, whether that's failure or victory. Kind of up to me.
Fright Fight 2025 is proud to present our sponsor, Castile Armory. Founded by lifelong swordsman Sam Kovic in 2013, Castile Armory creates world-class swords and accessories.
All right, here we are doing some finals. We got Michael Conrad versus Lucas Anselmo. Don't see any points updating on the board over there. I suspect that Michael's ahead. That was a solid strike to the head for Michael. Unfortunately, it looks like our score is not getting updated. That was two good hits by Lucas. Well, now they've given a couple points to Lucas. That was a good shot to the face by Michael. Michael staring him down. No wasted movement from him. Lucas is a much more physical fighter. Looks like winner is Lucas. All right, we are doing best 2 of 3, so this is the second match between Michael Conrad and Lucas Anselmo. All right, we're all set. Here we go. Very little load on the part of Michael. Kind of looked like blow after blow to me. Let's see what the judges say. 2 points for Lucas. Purple. Michael with that cut to the head. He did a good job parrying those fast shots from the side. That looked like a little snipe to the arm. Looks like he's found his groove. He's using the curve of the blade to cover in directions he would like to cover, which is good sabering. Kind of a mess there. It looked like Michael may have gotten an arm. A little discussion. All right, here we go. Calling that one a double. Oh, all right. Deep cut for Lucas. He draws within reach here. That was a very solid hit to the elbow. Looked like maybe a thrust to the neck. Let's see what they say. He's saying thrust to the chest. Time has expired. 16-6 for Michael. I believe, yes, the marshals said it is 1 match each, therefore they must fight a 3rd match. All right, we're getting ready. We're going to have our 3rd and final match. It's a winner of 2 out of 3 matches that will get the medal. So far, they each have 1 match under the belt. Michael, very stoic. Lucas, a little bit more mobile. Lucas doing a good job keeping his weight committed to his toes. Kind of a flurry there. They're going to say, no update to score yet. Nothing there. All right. That was a very fast cut to the face by Lucas. Given 2 points to Michael. A lot of nothing there. They're both having a good time out there. That was furious and messy. Let's see what they say. 50 seconds remain. Here we go. No points changed. He's got a hold of that blade. Gauntlets are very thick. They're hard to cut through, so you can actually grab a blade, even if it were sharp. Of course, these are not sharp. These are dull blades. But even if they were sharp, if you were to grab on, as long as you don't get much slippage, you'd be okay. Good pommel strike to the face, but they had already called hold. Still no update on score here. Tip came off. That's a thing, it happens. They got a new Saber, we're just gonna swap them out. Sabers are all the same. Today they were all donated by Castile Armory. Feels like a meeting that could have been an email. Let's get back, guys. All right, here we go. All right, 21 seconds remain. Michael ahead, 2-0. Michael's very good at building that wall, making his opponent try to work around his blade. Michael's saying, I got hit 2, right there. We're going to pull the points back. 9 seconds remain. This really is kind of anyone's match. One deep strike will finish this. Saying doubled. Time has expired. Michael is the winner. These guys had a lot of fun fighting each other. All right. All right, I guess Lucas won. All right. Still got another match coming up here. They're yelling. They do have a PA system that they could use. Just excited. All right, Tristan with the purple armband against Cody. I've been mispronouncing his last name terribly. I see he has pronunciation on the back of his gambeson. It says, if he'll stop moving, I'll read it. Oh. Pivacek. Pivacek. I was close. I got the Czech part. Cody staring him down, long point. He's got his weight and tips of his toes so much he's actually coming up off his back foot. He is ready to thrust to the face. We got a little issue going on over here. Looks like maybe the gauntlet has an issue. Getting some emergency tape. There we go. Tape makes sword sports possible. Everybody needs some tape now and again. Here we go. Staring him down again. Good timing. He stepped to the side. They're saying that was a dual hit, double hit. Flare did not work out. Cody came over the top with a strike to the face. That looked like blow after blow. They're going to call it a double. I would tend to agree. Marshall saying you're swinging a little too hard, bud. That looked like a miss to me. Yeah, they're gonna give some points to Cody. It's a nice thrust. It's just off target. Here they're in the speaking window. Cody managed to offset, cut around, hit the shoulder. Tristan saying, yeah, you got my shoulder. That looked like a blow after blow. Lost his shoe. All right. 42 seconds remain in this match. Everybody's ready. Good parry and cut around. It says he got me. All right. We're going to call it a double. Time has expired. Cody is the winner. Alright, that was match number 1. Remember, this is best 2 out of 3, so they've got at least one more, maybe 2. Tristan could win this next one, forcing them to go to the third match. Cameras demanding a little attention. Here we go. Looks like Cody slipped in there with a little shot. Points did not get reset. Let's see. Okay, there we go. That looked like a solid shot across the face. Let's see how they're... Double. Cody ahead by 2. 1 minute remaining. This match is very winnable for either fighter at the moment. That looked like a well-timed shot by Cody. Looked like a cut to me. They're saying maybe a thrust. Now they're letting the fighters judge. just gonna say nothing. Alright. That kinda looked like blow after blow. They're gonna say orange. I mean, he did hit him in the arm. They gave 2 points to Tristan. Came flying in. He did get hit afterwards. They're not going to call the shot afterwards. Tristan ahead by 4. All right. So Tristan wins this one just barely, 6-4. That means we're not finished. They got one more match to go because it is best of out of 3, so 2 out of 3, best 2 matches out of 3. Gonna give him a second to breathe. Cody certainly looks ready. They both look ready. All right, this one's for all the marbles. Tristan definitely looking to suck Cody in so he can counter punch over the top. So you managed to land one there on the leg. Cody replies with a shot to the arm. They're both fully aware of the other's ability at this point. That is being ruled a double. Hitting the arm and drop the sword again. It's not his preferred saber. These sabers were donated for use, and then they will be auctioned off later. It's touching tips there. I guess that is a Simo. Definitely looked like Cody landed a hit first. No score change. Oh, guys. Having a conversation about how this one ended. They've come to a decision. Cody 10, Tristan 2. That was a double. No points for that one. Winner, Cody, wins the match, wins the medal. Tristan was our gold medalist for the mixed weapons. Today he gets silver. Doing quite well. Well, they say Tristan won. All right. Gold medalist is Cody. Always nice to go home with a little hardware. That's good. All right. I believe we're done for the moment. We're going to be having some Rapier coming up next. Everybody stay tuned.
Hi, my name's Matt Aaron. I'm co-owner of the Armored Academy of Arizona and co-captain of the Phoenix Blood Eagles. And we're here today at Fright for a bro fight exhibition.
It's the closest I can get to legally partaking in gladiator combat. That we can't kill people anymore, and I'm not trying to kill people, but I want to get pretty damn close to experience it. What the people in the 1400s did, which is wearing medieval armor and beating someone with a fucking melee weapon.
So how much experience does your opponent have?
Like 2 years, I think. 2 years doing melees, which is anything 2v2 and above. We both have no 1v1 experience, but we're gonna make it flashy and fun.
I've been participating in armored combat in Buhurt for about 5-6 years now. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
In such a small list, I think it's important not to get totally tied up completely, and don't get pushed in the corner. Do not get pushed in the corner, especially in a small list. Don't get stuck. Stay in the middle. Stay groovy. Stay smooth. Yeah.
He is a Mormon with anger issues.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say anger is. I would say I'm super passionate about the sport, and I take it kind of seriously.
You are the nicest guy in the world till you put your helmet on.
Yeah.
Like the pressure's on that I get to perform one way or another, whether that's failure or victory. Kind of up to me.
All right, welcome back, Fright Fight 2025. We are beginning Rapier and Dagger. We got Tom Ostrowski and Eric Zong. Both these guys just finished Saber. Now it's time for a new weapon set. You can see offsetting the tip with the Dagger. Trying to create an avenue for the thrusts to come up the middle. Of course, Rapier, a major thrusting weapon. Eric Zong scoring a hit there. He got an extremity. That's going to be 2 points. Oh, what a mess. What'd the judges see? It says purple. Got a deep cut. It's kind of like playing patty cake with long, pointy weapons. Gotta match the other guy. Looked like a nice, solid thrust to the throat with the main gauche by Tom. Looks like that's how the judges score it. That was a solid thrust with the Rapier. Looks like we got a bend in the blade. He thrusted so hard. There we go. Moving on. Nice shot to the knee there by Eric. Tom getting backed into a corner. I didn't see anything. Yeah, it looks like no points there. They said something to the fighter. Couldn't make out what it was. They are going back and forth. That looked like a thrust by Tom. They're saying double. All right, moving on. Time has expired. Tom is the winner for this round. This is the mixed weapons final bronze match, so they are rolling dice to find out what weapons they're going to use in the next round. Because this is a bronze match, they will be fighting best 2 out of 3. Tom took that last one, but you know, Eric could win the next one, and then they're going to have to fight a 3rd time in order to finish it. As soon as this is finished, we'll be rolling right into Rapier. Everybody around me is putting on their gear, getting ready to do some Rapier. It's good stuff. I can see off to the side Michael Conrad, the gold medalist for Saber, is wearing his medal. That's how you do it. You wear your medal. If you're out of state, you get on the airplane with your medal on. And then when you get home, you throw the medal on the rack and forget about it because it's time to train for the next contest. Here we go. They still got rapiers and daggers. Looks like Eric got a strike to the arm. No, and I say, no wait, hold on, it was Tom. Okay, Tom got the strike to the arm. Yeah, you just had the batons mixed. That looked like a good cut to the body to me. They're saying that was a double. Tom opening and closing the tips. He's trying to lure Eric in with a thrust down the middle. Eric doesn't want to do that. Definitely a thrust down the middle came, and Tom managed to land that. Should be 6-0. Well, he said it was shallow, 4-0. I saw a hit to the leg as Tom came in. Yeah, that's what the judges have scored it. Okay, coming in for the next exchange. Tom's definitely got his leg out there. It is a target. Of course, you got to get around the tip of that rapier. Apparently there was a light touch. Tom gave it to him. They are tied at 4 points each. Tom planted but coiled up. So is Eric, trying to time each other out, watching those body movements, trying to figure out. Looked like a shot to the gauntlet. Looks like the marshal's indicating that as well. That is match. Eric taking that round. 6-4. That means they've each won a round. They're going to have to fight one more. It's best 2 out of 3. Should be one more match. Eric's getting his helmet back on. Looks like they're going to just stick with the same weapon set. Eric from F3 Sword Academy. Tom from Einhorn, LA Historical Fencing Art. Eric is circling slowly, and it's getting Tom a little twisted up. His feet are actually crossed, just barely. Let's see how it worked. Looks like Tom managed to land on Eric. However, Eric got points. Tom is definitely twisted. You can see his back leg actually crosses. And that is what is likely to happen there. He actually fell down. Eric could take advantage if he circled a little bit more. All right, we're giving some points to Eric here. Looks like his helmet's having some kind of trouble. No, they said Tom, even though he's pointing at Eric. Four to 2. Tom's ahead by 2 points. This is a very close match. They're saying they saw a hit there. Eric getting a shallow target. That's worth 2 points. They're now tied 4-4. Tom lining up. Still a little bit twisted. Eric could take advantage if he went to the left. Tom trying to make it happen there. They're saying that was a simul, a double. We're going to discuss here for a moment. All right, simul. Let's do some more. Let's get another exchange. Got 21 seconds. Here we go. Moving in. Eric showing a little flare there. Look at my look over here. Look over here. Look over. All right, we're on. All right. There's a step out. It looks like they're saying Tom landed a strike, a deep strike. Oh, look at that. You know he got his helmet there. Tied up, 2 seconds. It is a draw. We can't have a draw. So this should be a sudden death round. Next strike wins the match. They put 20 seconds on the clock. Maybe we'll get a couple exchanges. That looked very doubly to me. Let's see what the marshals say. It's a double, yeah. Head covering got adjusted. Eric, what's Eric doing? Just needed a breather for a second, I guess.
Oh, great. You can take that. I'll take that.
All right, we're ready. We got 20 seconds. Can't double. This is sudden death. Pretty sure. That's why they put 20 seconds back on. They need a clean hit. Eric going underneath. Tom going down from above. Let's see what the marshals saw. It was messy. They're saying no exchange, reset to 20, let's try again. They keep getting just at the verge of the other's measure, and then they're lunging in, trying to make it happen, getting a lot of doubling going on. I saw at least one strike by Eric. saying that was a double. Put 20 seconds back on the clock. 10 seconds. Stab to the back of the head. Not hard, he just showed it. Let's see what they say. Alright, they've awarded orange thing. That means Eric takes the match. Good work on both of them. They were very evenly matched. That was a good fight. Alright, and that should be the end for mixed weapons. They're going to announce who got which medal. There's a 4th place medal. It's purple. It's not a medal. Tom gets that one. Very good. And Eric gets a cup. And he gets a medal. There we go. Well done, Eric Zong. They have some cool prizes here at Fright Fight. If you're at home and you were thinking maybe I should go compete, you should have competed.
Please. Table 2, please.
All right, we're going to get set up for Rapier. I'm going to go set up Buhurt, and I believe you're going to get Mike narrating for a little bit. We'll be right back.
quick since we're a little behind. The tournament is going to run the same way for the most part as the Saber and the mixed weapons did. So what you need to know for Rapier is what the deep and shallow designations are. So deep is going to be a thrust to the head or body, and that's going to be from the waist up for thrusts. Shallows are going to be thrust to the arms and hand, and thrust to the leg above the knee. So cuts to the arm and head are also going to be shallow targets. So those are going to be your only cutting targets. So if you want to see a little diagram, boom. Other than that, everything's going to run just about the same. We're going to have continuous clock. You're going to try and score as many points as possible during each one of your matches, and it's going to keep going for 60 seconds until you're done. So, with that said, does anybody have any specific questions? What's up? Yes. I believe. No, it has to be above the knee. No, not at all. Yeah.
4.
So welcome back to Fright 2025. We are going to be starting the Rapier and Dagger pools here shortly.
I'll probably have them card you, but I mean, if it's incidental, don't worry about it. Anybody else? Yep, no cuts to the body. Dagger storing is going to be the same as always your sword. Yep. All right, let's start.
Okay, so they just explained the rules for today's matches. They basically outlined the fact that a deep target is the waist and head, and that is worth 4 points. And a shallow is arms and hands and legs above the knee. In addition to that, there are cuts allowed, but any cut must be to the head or the body, and that only counts as 2 points. So the emphasis definitely in this match today will be in thrusting, as it should be with Rapier and Dagger. But pool should be starting any minute now. All right, and while we wait, we're going to go ahead and get in a word from our sponsors.
Fright Fight 2025 is proud to present our sponsor, Castile Armory. Founded by lifelong swordsman Sam Kovic in 2013, Castile Armory creates world-class swords and accessories for a discerning clientele. Because quality and attention to detail are everything in a niche market. If it's not good enough for us to use in tournament, it's not good enough for our customers. Visit Castile Armory to see our full line of swords and accessories. Welcome to Acer Metalworks, historically inspired armor for the sports-minded enthusiast. At Acer Metalworks, we specialize in custom medieval-inspired armor and accessories. Since our humble beginning in 2011, we have since branched out into decorative armor, accessories, and armor for the Armored Combat League. At acermetalworks.com, you can shop or design your very own medieval armor, helmets, and accessories. Get ready for the most immersive and educational HEMA event of the year, SoCal Sword Fight 2026 will host our largest and most competitive tournament lineup yet. Drawing fighters from across the globe to compete in 27 unique events, 2026 brings together fighters, instructors, and enthusiasts for an unparalleled experience. March 20th through the 22nd at the Sheraton Fairplex and Conference Center. SoCal Sword Fight 2026. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, and we are back. In the first match we have here in Pool 2 is Jeff Fisher versus Andy Huang. Both of them are kind of sizing each other up at this point. Oh. Okay, and we got a deep orange. So Andy with the first 4 points. Yeah, both of these fighters are being cautious, not wanting to make any mistakes. And so that was an orange shallow for 2 points. So Andy's currently leading 6-0. Oh. And let's see what that call is. They're having a little bit of discussion there. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there's no exchange on that one, and then we have 1 second left in the match.
Fighters, please check your gear and see if you have an armband on if you are not fighting or on deck. We are missing armbands. Thank you.
So it appears that somebody has walked away with the purple and orange armbands. Oh, here we go. Action's back up. Oh, and they're out of time, and Andy Huang wins that one. So match orange on that. Okay, in the meantime, we're going to cut over to Pool 3. And in this match, we have Cody and Joshua. Looks like Maltese. My eyes are not the best, especially from this distance. Cody won gold in our previous match with the Sabers. Oh. They're calling that one a double. Okay, so I guess they overruled on that. It was not a double. That was it was. They took the 4 points off of it, off the board. Okay, no exchange on that. It was because the blow was below the knee. Okay. Yep, Cody got the points on that one. We got a deep. That one was definitely Joshua with that one. Oh, looks like they're... Yeah, so I guess that wasn't... it was considered a double, and Cody takes that match. Meanwhile, over on Pool 2, we have Christopher versus Mary. Christopher Suhu versus Mary Spone. Christopher's currently leading 8-0. And Christopher is in purple. Mary got the points on that. She has 2 now, and she is an orange. Lots of back and forth. Oh, looks like Mary finally got that one. And time is up. So yeah, so the final on that was 8-6, with Christopher winning. Right now they're in the middle of getting everybody arm banded up. Let's see what else we got going on here. Okay, looks like we're getting ready to get started over in pool 3, so we'll go ahead and switch to pool 3. And in this match we have Joshua Maltese in purple and Joshua Warner in orange. And because this is pools, each match is 1 minute. The timer runs continuously unless there's a stoppage, like there's some discussion between judges, or somebody loses a tip on one of their swords, that kind of thing. But for the most part, it's meant to have continuous action by having the clock continue to run. Oh. So in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and switch back to pool 2, which has started. Over here we have Robert Kusever in purple and Dimitri Sanborn in orange. Dimitri is winning by 4 points. 20 seconds remaining in the match. And that's one thing with the way this works. You literally could get 2 points, and as long as you hold your opponent at bay and each other is just kind of sizing each other up, you can actually win the entire match when time runs out. Oh, that was an excellent parry. So time ran out. Dimitri Sanborn is the victor in that with 4-0. So back over in pool 3, we have Joshua versus Joshua. Joshua is currently leading. He's in purple. He has 2 points. And Joshua Warner just scored 2 points as well. 23 seconds left in this match. Oh, that was a very decisive blow. You get to see the rainbow on the blade on that one. And that was a deep, so Joshua Warner now has 6. Nope, that looks like to be a head blow there, but that was a cut, so that would be a shallow, so that should be 2 points. So it's 6-4, and 2 seconds left. And I saw, looked like it connected there, but apparently the judges didn't see enough to warrant giving a point. Oh, so Joshua Maltese got 2, so that ended up being a draw. So neither was the victor in that, 6-6. So we'll wait for our next 2 fighters to get ready. And this one is going to be, looks like Jure Shen and Torin Dabs. And here we go. Both fighters are looking for an opening. Little feints there to try to draw their opponent out. And that looked to me like Torin got the low up. No, that was considered a deep for points. Nope. And that time it looked like Jure answered back with a deep cut or deep thrust of his own, so it's 4-4. Oh, that might have been it looked like both connected at the same time, but the judges are calling orange, so Torin gets the 4 points for that. There's 15 seconds left. Excellent parry with the dagger there. Oh, and it looked like Jure. Nope. Are they calling it contact or not? Yes, they were calling that a shallow. They gave him 2 points. And no exchange on the end. They're out of time, and it's now the winner is Torin, 8-6. All right, we're going to go ahead and cut over to Pool 2. Over here we have Andy Huang against Alfredo Velez. Andy is currently winning 4-0. Andy is in purple. Looks like orange. Looks like the judges are, they each saw something differently. By the way, there's 20 seconds left in this round, or in this match. Oh, Andy got the points on that, so he's leading 6-0. And we'll see how that one got a little messy there at the end. Looked like Alfredo might have stuck him with his gauche, which is another term for dagger if that's new to you. He did get the points for that. He got awarded shallow, so it's 6-2. 4 seconds left. And that is time, and Andy Huang wins 6-2. Now they'll be switching up the fighters here. Fun fact, I was actually supposed to be in this match today. However, my partner in the live stream, he has to go help set up for Buhurt tonight. So I am now commenting. My name is Mike Gibbons. Rather jealous right now. I'd rather be fighting than commenting. And for this match, who is fighting now? They haven't. We're still waiting for the scoreboard to be reset. Oh, okay. We have Mary Spone in purple and John Ryan in orange. Oh, okay. So they awarded that to Mary as deep for purple. So she's leading 4-0. A lot of back and forth, but no one's able to really find a target. Oh, I saw, what are they calling there? Yeah, it looked to me like orange might have gotten a head blow. Waiting for the scoreboard to reset. Yes, they called that shallow, so I guess they said that was a cut. So it's now 4-2. Mary in purple is still in the lead. Oh, there we go. That was a nice lunge by Mary. And she got awarded deep on that, so it's 8-2. 10 seconds left. Oh. Purple got shallow on that, so 10-2. Time is up. So that will be match purple. Mary Spone, the victor in that match. So next we're going to have Dimitri Sanborn fighting Christopher Suhu. Dimitri Sanborn is out of Ironwood Historic Swordsmanship, and Christopher Suhu is with Einhorn. Oh, something happened. Oh, we have an equipment failure here. Needs some help with his elbow guard. Okay. Oh. All right, we're back in action. 51 seconds left on the clock. Again, each fighter is sizing each other up, trying to see if they can find an opening. Up. Nice. I saw Suhu get a head thrust in on Sanborn. Not sure if they saw that. What was the final? Nope. Dimitri self-called. So Christopher Suhu is leading 4-0. He got the deep on that. Both fighters still trying to find an opening. And not quite getting in there. Lots of cuts. Okay, they're out of time. And Christopher Suhu wins that match 4-0. All right. Okay, next we have Daniel Lopez and Dylan McGee. Dylan McGee is in orange. So that was purple deep, 4-0 for Daniel Lopez in purple. And he's with Phoenix Society of Historical Swordsmanship. And Dylan McGee is out of SoCal. He's with SoCal Swords. So what was that? I didn't hear the call on that one. Thought he said orange deep, but the scoreboard was not adjusted, so. So a little bit of discussion from the judges here. Yep, so that was a deep orange for Dylan McGee. And Daniel, that looked like a cut to the head. Yes, that was a cut to the head, so he got 2 points for that. He's currently leading 8-4, 10 seconds left in the match. And that looks like they're sliding with orange on that one. They gave orange deep, so that was a draw. Daniel Lopez with 8. Waiting for our next two fighters to come up. We have Alfredo Velez from the Royal Order of the Sword and Harriet Coates from the Phoenix Historical Society of Swordsmanship. There we go. Match is underway. So there's yes, purple deep on that, 4-0. And that was a double on that match, that exchange. So purple got deep on that one, so it's now currently, shallow, I guess. They said that was a cut, 6-0. So Alfredo is leading 10-0 with 25 seconds left. Oh, I saw Harriet get a thrust in there. Not sure how they're going to judge this. There's some discussion. They gave that to Alfredo. He's now leading 14-0. That was a very clean thrust there. That should be a deep. Yes, that was a deep 18-0 with 9 seconds left. And some discussion. I'm not sure what the end result of that was. A purple deep. So the end score was 22-0. Next up we have John Ryan against Jeff Fisher. Jeff Fisher is in orange and John Ryan is in purple. John Ryan is from Mordhau Historical Combat and Jeff Fisher is from Ironwood Historic Swordsmanship. Oh, couldn't tell if that was a double or if that was a thrust by purple. Yes, that was a John Ryan in purple just scored a deep, so it's 4-0 with 40 seconds. A lot of back and forth, a lot of slop. Nobody up. Looks like that orange might have connected there finally at the end there. We'll see. Yep, it looks like the judges agree with me. It's 4-4. clock is counting down. It's 18 seconds left. That was a deep for purple, so purple is now leading 8-4. And that might have been a cut. That looked like that might have been a cut from purple. Yep, that was John Ryan with 2 points for the cut. Currently 10-4 with 2 seconds left. Let's see if there's any more points to be awarded here. They are out of time. And well, that was match purple. Didn't see the score updated, so we're not sure. But either way, there was enough points scored by purple to take the match. Okay, our next fighters are Dylan McGee and Robert Kusaver. Robert Kusaver is from Ironwood Historical Swordsmanship, and Dylan McGee is from SoCal Swords. Dylan is in purple. Both fighters are sizing each other up. And there's been some excellent parries when they have tried to thrust. Both fighters look like they might be a little far for striking distance. Oh, nice block there by Dylan. That was aiming for the throat and almost made it. Had not been for that last second deflection. Oh. 22 seconds left in the match. What are Dylan just self-called. So I guess there was no exchange there because I don't see the scoreboard update. 15 seconds left. Currently, purple is leading 4-0. Oh, and that was a cut to the helmet. Unless that was a double, Robert should get 2 points for the cut to the head. Nope, Dylan in purple got the 2 points and is the winner of the match. And 2 more fighters are making their way into the ring. Looks like there's some discussion going on there, so let's go ahead and swap over to pool 3. Over here we have Steve in purple versus Brian in orange. Oh, that's up. Unfortunately, that camera's out. Let's go ahead and switch back to pool 2.
All right, back over at pool number 2. Got Dylan McGee and Dimitri Sandburn. Dimitri in orange, Dylan in purple. Currently, Dimitri ahead by 4. 30 seconds remain. Looked like a little shot to the arm there. Dylan's showing it. They're saying it was a double. That was a shot to the face. Definitely Dylan has a pattern. He's got a rhythm that he does. He drops his blades in a predictable manner. It looks like Dimitri's picking up on that. He's shooting that tip just as the blades go down. It's like time has elapsed. Dimitri is the winner. Got our next contestant already in the ring. The other one's walking over now. Alfredo Velez in purple and Daniel Lopez in orange. Alfredo, member of the Loyal Order of the Sword. Daniel's from Phoenix Society of Historical Swordsmanship. Quite a few fighters from out of state. It's good to see. Looked flat to me. They're going to say he got it. No, no quality. All right. What a mess. Do draw cuts count? That's the question. Looks like they're going to award points to Daniel Lopez. Looks like you got 2. Fast thrusts up the middle by Daniel. Looks like purple might have been first, though. Giving him 4 points. They both ended with a dagger in each other. I'm going to say that's a double, it looks like. All right, no exchange. Here we go. That looked like a solid thrust by Daniel. Yeah, they said it was a double. Purple got a deep shot there. Daniel's very close. He is slightly shorter than his opponent, and that might be what's happening here. He's just a little bit out of reach. I thought it looked like Daniel got his arm, but looks like purple got a shot to the chest in there. And that is time. Alfredo wins 14-2. Next up we have Jeff Fisher and Alfredo once again. See how that stamina is. Alfredo's got a corner, which is good. Good for Alfredo. Yeah, they're getting going. All right, here we go. All right. Jeff being careful, doing some circling. That's good to see. Looks like Alfredo was able to shoot that tip in there. Another shot of the tip deep. Let's see, he comes in, he uses that circling to close the distance without looking like he's closing it, and then he shoots that tip in. Inching ever so close. Now he's in there, and then he shoots that tip. That is some very good distance management by Alfredo. Looks like Jeff got something. All right, saying it was a double. All right, Alfredo got a nice deep thrust on the face. That is it for time there. Alfredo wins 18-0. Next up, already ready already. We've got John Ryan and we have Christopher Suhu. All right, Mr. Suhu. Here we go. Christopher in purple, it's got a very long stance trying to get in there. Seems to be working so far. We'll see how John responds. It looked like it went off to the side to me. Looks like the judge agrees. Chris definitely in range to hit that leg if he wants it, but he wants a deep target. And he got it. 30 seconds remain. John really needs to get offline. He can't be eating these thrusts. Looked like a shot to the face. Yep. They're calling it a double. Nice of Christopher to call the shot. All right, they are circling. Hold called. Time has expired. Christopher, the winner of this round, 8-0. All right. Whatever. We're gonna switch over to ring number 3. We've got Steve Shooker and Cody Kiwachik. Gonna get it. It's on his Gambison. I don't know why I'm so dumb. Cody did very well in Saber, and looks like he's still doing well. He's up 6-2. There's 20 seconds left. Seems like he might be bending himself a little bit strange. It's costing him some reach. He is very bladed off. Scores a hit there. Time has expired. Cody wins 14-4. All right, coming over to ring number 2, got Robert Cousiver, Christopher Suhu. It says 26 seconds remain. No score on the board. And here we go. It says 2-0. Robert has the 2. Robert very long. Looks like a little tip to the leg. Christopher now has 2 points. Little question from the fighter of the judge. Getting a little clarification. Everything looks sorted. Got 12 seconds remaining. Robert way back on that back foot. It's interesting, if you can see Robert's foot as he fences, he probably thinks he's on his toes, but he's really not. He's got his foot turned totally sideways, and he's actually on the side of his foot. Makes it difficult to explode forward. All right, we got our next fighters. We got Harriet Coates and Dylan McGee. I actually fought Harriet in a Messer fight at Combat Con one year. She was the only one that would grapple with me, and she did a good job. I think I ended up barely winning that one. She's being defensive here. Dylan looking for an opening. It looks like he's gonna leap in there. Looks like a little double there. Tried to cover his head with that dagger, but he was not successful. Harriet working that tip in there. Looks like Dylan managed to avoid it. Let's see how the score pops up. No, he said no. Not today. That was definitely a couple good thrusts there. All right, 2 points for Harriet. Definitely a double on that one there. Deep shot for Orange. right on the buzzer. Dylan takes the round 4-2. Harriet's not done yet. She now needs to fight Andy Wang, or Hong Wang. I believe he fought in the mixed weapons yesterday. He definitely was in Saber. There we go. We are. They're getting very close to each other before they actually engage. He's got much longer arms than Harriet, and he's good at hiding that, I think. He's definitely getting some nice thrusts in there. Very technical. He's coming right over the top, under the dagger, slipping it in there. It's very, very well placed. Same spot. Harriet tried to be first. Looks like she was. Purple is the winner, 24-0. That's Andy the victor. Next up, we got Jeff Fisher and Mary Spone. All right, here we go. Mary very upright. Jeff leaning in, hollowing out his body, try to keep it as far away from the tip of her swords as he can while he works. Looks like Jeff got something. They're gonna call it no exchange. Move on, here we go. They're both well within each other's range now. Looked like Jeff landed a thrust. All right, they're gonna give that one to Mary. She must have been first. Not sure who landed what there. Definitely Jeff charging forward. They're going to say no exchange on that. It did look messy. Moving. Give you a little rattle there. Moving forward. Looked like a solid shot by Jeff. Looks like marshals agree. 1 second. Time has elapsed. It is a draw match. All right, next up we've got Dimitri Sanborn and Mary Spone. Mary looks ready. Dimitri looks ready. Dimitri looking very smooth. No exchange. Let's get back in there. Mary looks a little stiff. Maybe she'll be able to loosen up. She calls a shot. Alright. I didn't see much there. They seem to found a shot for Mary there. 2-2, 20 seconds remain. Good footwork by Dimitri. I thought he offset it pretty well. Marshals say he did not. 2-6. Dimitri needs to score a point. He's got 8 seconds. They're well within each other's range. He's trying to show the dagger, make her concerned about that, and then hit her. Time has elapsed. Mary is the winner. Daniel Lopez versus Robert Cousiver. Robert in orange. Daniel in purple. Not sure what we're waiting on here. It looks like everybody's ready to go. Maybe we're getting a new marshal in. He's coming back. He's got some armbands, it looks like. Not fun for the fighters. All revved up, ready to go, and now you gotta stand there and wait. Mind starts working on stuff you don't need to be working on. All right, here we go. Daniel not using a dagger, he's got a heavy glove. Daniel running straight at him. So far he's got 2 points. Robert needs to get offline, sink that tip. He's trying. He's definitely moving. Looks like we have an armor failure. A knee pad is slid down to his ankle. Knee cop. It is armor after all. Marshall's strapping him back in there. All right, looks good. Fighters to their corners. They got 26 seconds remaining. All right, looks like we're reset. Here we go. And we're back. Looked like a nice little Molinet over the top. Looked like Robert tagged his hand. Marshals agree. Robert staying alive by getting offline. Daniel's missing with those little thrusts. Looks like the marshals may have seen a cut by Robert on Daniel. Excellent use of the ring space by Robert. Body language says Robert got hit. Daniel got a strike in right at the buzzer. That is 4-4, draw match. We'll probably be seeing these two again. Next up we have John Ryan and Andy Wang. That looked very fast. Very fast. Perfectly timed. Keep an eye on John. You can see he shifts his weight back and forward, and Andy is waiting for that transition. That's when he launches into his thrust. Andy saying he got hit too. They're going to say no exchange. John's got a little bit of a load also. He's pulling back with his blade before he thrusts. That's kind of signaling to Andy, I'm about to do something. That was a solid thrust to the body by Andy. Andy saying, no, not today. All right, 8 seconds remain. That was quality. Right over the top of the dagger, straight in the chest. And that is time. Andy takes this round 12-4. All right, John Ryan up against Alfredo. Alfredo looks to have sunk the tip of that straight into the body before John could get to him. Looks like I'm right. I love being right. Here we go. Alfredo doing a really good job of circling just a little bit. Just get to the side of that tip. You can see he's moving just off to the side a little. Tries to offset with his dagger and shoot the tip of the long one straight down his gullet. They're saying John got that one. Alfredo timing out John, sinking that tip down in there. Neither fighter using any kind of retreat in their attack. All right. Say John got a shallow cut. Whoa. Lost his dagger. John's footwork, he's actually crossing his legs. He's played it off so far. Alfredo takes this one 20-6. We got a lot of talent in the room here. Unfortunately, we've only got 2 cameras, so we're not able to see all 3 pools. And we're moving very fast on each pool, which is good. We've got a lot of fighters in here. Up now we have Dimitri Sanborn and John Ryan. John fighting his 3rd match in a row. He doesn't look tired to me though. Dimitri testing with the tip. Looks like John snuck his in there. All right, looks like he was successful. 40 seconds remain. Dimitri testing, setting that tip off. They're both well within each other's range. They could. Looks like Dimitri got a deep thrust in there. Now they're tied. Dimitri says, my wrist hurts. A lot of wrist work in this. Can be pretty hard on the ligaments. Nothing yet. Good job by both fighters. That was a thrust and a miss by Dimitri. We'll see what the judges say. Well, they don't feel that it missed, I think. That does seem to be the case. All right. I saw a bend in a sword. It was John's sword. right at the buzzer. We'll see what they say. They say that was Dimitri's points. Dimitri wins 10-4. Next up, we have Christopher Suhu and Dylan McGee, both fighters in their corners, ready to roll. Marshall stepping back. And here we go. Dylan very low. He's got the purple armband there. Christopher evenly balanced. A little bit too far back with that right foot. You can see he's now crossed his feet. He can only go forward and back. He cannot turn. Dylan tried to sneak in there. He got popped in the head. Looks like they're calling it a shallow cut. Dylan doing a good job of managing his opponent's tip. I saw a rainbow there. All right, looks like it was a thrust to the chest. Not seeing the score update. That was a graze, but it looks like they're going to call it. Dylan called it on himself as well, being a good sport. Time has expired. That is 6-0. Christopher is the victor here. All right, next competitor's already ready already. Looks like Dylan gets to go twice, just changing colors. Looks like we're gonna have a change out on marshalling. All right, here we go. Alfredo Velez in purple, Dylan McGee in orange. Purple with a deep cut, thrust to the body. 48 seconds remain. Sounded like a solid hit to the head. Shallow cut. All right, it looked like a dagger to the chest by Alfredo Velez. Looks like that's what the judges saw as well. Looked like a cut to the leg by Alfredo. Alfredo saying, no, that wasn't what I wanted. 9 seconds remain. Looked like a thrust to the face, but I couldn't quite see. They're giving purple 4 points there. Looks like it did land. There's 1 second, and time has expired. 14-0. Alfredo takes that round. Camera's in need of some attention. Here we go. We got Harriet Coates. She will be orange. Jeff Fisher will be purple. Jeff doesn't appear to have an armband on. He is in the purple corner. Harriet has an orange armband. Here we go. All right. Jeff came in with a hard thrust, and Harriet caught him with a dagger. They both landed at the same time. Looked like a nice clean thrust to the face there for Jeff. Another deep thrust for Jeff. like a thrust to the leg. That would be a shallow target. We got deep targets and shallow targets. Deep targets being the body and head. Shallow targets, arms and legs. Shallow targets not worth as many points. They're only worth 2. Deep targets are worth 4 points each. Here we go, 17 seconds. Jeff testing that range, inching in just a little by little. Looks like Harriet saw an opening, went for it. Looks like maybe Jeff landed first though. Three seconds remain. Plenty of time to land one more shot. Looks like maybe Harriet landed one. 12-4, Jeff takes the round. All right, next up we got Christopher Suhu and Jeff Fisher. Jeff now in orange. He just finished a match where he was purple. Christopher testing that range. Jeff being cagey. All right, looks like Chris got a good thrust. Chris taking an angle, that's good to see. Looks like no exchange on that one. Getting set back up, 27 seconds remain. Swing and a miss. That looked like a solid thrust to the face by Christopher. Looks like marshals agree. 11 seconds remain. All right, looks like got a shallow cut right at the end there. Christopher takes around 8-2. Next up we have Mary Spone in orange, Robert Cousiver in purple. Robert not using a dagger. Everybody else has used a dagger. Robert just has a heavy glove. He feels confident about his tip control. Mary has not been any slouch so far. She, I believe, has won one, lost one. She gets a shallow cut here, 2-0, Mary's favor. You can see they're testing each other's tips, trying to find an opening. She's trying to offset. Robert holding firm, trying to ram that thing down. Looked like a shot got real close to the face, didn't quite land. Looks like Mary got him in the arm. 4-0, 15 seconds remain. Sneaking in there, sneaking in there. He's close enough, he could do something. Looked like maybe a shot to the arm, let's see. All right, Mary wins this match 6-0. Don't see more fighters coming up. Let's see how they are. All right, let's move over to pool number 3 here. We've got Julia Kwok, Jeremy Shin. Julia did quite well yesterday in mixed weapons. Time just ran out. Jeremy took this round 12-4. Coming back over here, we've got Harriet versus Robert. Robert just finished a match. Looked like he may have got a little ding on the arm there. Oh, they say not the arm, it was the body. 4 points. Harriet moving in, applying pressure. Robert snuck that tip right down the middle. Looked like a thrust to the body. He says, nope, she hit me in the head on my way in. Gonna take those points away. Good on Robert. Looked like he managed to finally jam it in there, saying, no, that was a double. He says, wait a sec, I got a problem with the shoe here. Looks like it's fixed, and we can resume. We got 10 seconds left. This could be a draw, this could be a win. Harriet could get a deep strike in. Robert is out of bounds. Time has elapsed. Robert is the winner, 8-0. All right, we got our next contestants lining up here. Andy Wang, Hong, Daniel Lopez. Andy apparently trained by Rob Childs, who's actually here in a different pool that we don't have a camera for. Should see some very fast thrusting coming in here. Just like that. He says, no, I got hit too. That's a double. All right. I thought maybe Daniel got one in there too, but apparently not. Definitely a fast thrust from Andy on that one. Shot to the head by Andy. He's doing a good job using that dagger to keep himself safe from any kind of counterpunch here. Got his dagger forward. Definitely seems like the most dangerous way to approach Andy is right down the middle. You need to approach him from the side, perhaps. That is time. Andy wins 20-0. Andy getting switched out here. He's going to have an orange armband. Now he's fighting Mary Spone. Looks like Andy's breathing a little bit hard. Need to have a talk to him about his poker face. Be tired, but don't look tired. All right, looks like marshals are ready. Here we go. Mary with a very low guard, inviting that thrust. Andy inched his way in there, shot the tip straight to the face. Gets 4 points for that. Looks like he's gonna try a similar technique. If you notice their feet, Andy's feet don't cross. They get very close together, but they don't actually cross. If you look at Mary, her left foot is actually all the way to the right of her right foot's heel. You can see it in that box. That's not a very sturdy platform to attack from. Rapier fighting is similar to boxing in that you're coming from downtown. Being bladed off is certainly not a bad thing in this situation, but you can blade too far to the point where you've now lost your structure. She's all the way, she's so twisted, she's almost squared up to Andy. Andy takes this round 12-2. We've actually got 5 pools today. Currently we're doing 3 of them. When they're finished, there will be 2 more pools. Lots of competition out there today. We got Dimitri Sanborn with the orange armband, Daniel Lopez in purple. Daniel's had a pretty strong showing so far. Dimitri is careful with that tip control. Orange with a shallow cut. Makes sense. Daniel is not offering a whole lot as far as deep targets. He keeps everything hidden behind those tips. That's why he's squatty and bent over. Didn't work there though. It looked like Dimitri may have shot that straight down the pipe. That's what the points reflect. Good offset. Not sure what they saw. They're talking about it. They're going to say no exchange. Let's move on. 14 seconds. Dimitri testing that tip. Daniel came shooting in. Looks like he may have caught a nice shot. All right. 2 points. They are tied. 3 seconds remain. Last shot of the match. Looks like it was a double. This match is a draw. All right. Next up, we got Christopher Suhu against Daniel Lopez. Daniel just finished a little match there. He's going to breathe for a second. These masks offer excellent air, but they are a bit claustrophobic. It's kind of nice to not breathe your own spent air a little bit. Signals he's ready. Christopher's ready. Marshals are coming over. And here we go. Coming in, Daniel in his crouched low position. Something happened. I didn't have a good angle where I was at. Christopher says he got hit. Daniel with 4 points. Shot down the middle. Looks like it landed on the face mask. Tries it again. Daniel set it off, but I believe the dagger got in there. As you can see here, Christopher is left-handed. Makes things a little different. A little reset there, coming in. What a mess. I didn't see anything at quality. Let's see what the judges say. No, no quality. No exchange. We're going to carry on. 20 seconds remain. That looked like a thrust to the face. Judges agree. That looked like a pretty clean thrust. Christopher with pretty good timing, and he's circling a little bit. Daniel's circling more until he's ready to go, and then he comes in straight. This is a very common thing. I see it a lot with people I train. They circle just fine until it's time to attack, and then they plant and attack. Christopher Suhu taking that round, 16-6. If you're planted, you're done. You're coming in straight. If your opponent is ready for you to come in straight, you may as well have not circled at all. Next up, we have Dylan McGee versus Andy Wang. Here we go. Andy with those fast thrusts. Move her. Okay. Andy having a little trouble with Dylan. Dylan also a very fast fencer. Looks like a strike came in. Andy saying he got my elbow. So far Andy up by 2-0. Dylan very smooth with his movements. You can see he's on his toes. He's got that back foot. He is square. Andy no longer square. He was earlier. Now he's pushing off the side of his foot instead of his toes. If you notice, Dylan has both of his toes pointed towards his opponent. It's much better for exploding. Looks like he could use a better fitting pair of shoes though. That is match. Andy takes that 6-0. Next up we got Harriet and John Ryan. Looks like they're ready. Marshals are ready. Here we go. That was a solid deflection with the dagger thrust down the middle for John. Looks like we're getting almost video inception. We got the camera inside of the camera. John ahead 8-0. Oh, they changed it. 4-0. 41 seconds remain. That looked doubly to me. Let's see what the marshals say. They say it was a double. Thrust to the leg and the neck. Leg was first. That's how they're scoring it. Harriet with a cut to the neck there. She is closing a little bit close for comfort. She's well within the range of his thrust. He should have thrust earlier. She landed a thrust to the neck. She now leads 8-6. 2 seconds remain. Time has run out. Harriet the victor, 8-6. Come back from behind. Next up we have Dimitri Sanborn and Jeff Fisher. Don't see Dimitri. Oh, there he is. He's getting his gloves on. Hustle, hustle. Here he comes. He's got his rapier and his dagger. He looks ready. Looks like the neck on, or the aventail on his helmet needs to be flipped down, but everybody's wearing a gorget. We're not going to get stabbed in the throat today. testing range here. I couldn't see. Let's see what the marshals say. I got no quality. We're going to do it again. 31 seconds remain. Now, Dimitri's got a problem with the arm there. Very, very common injury in Buhurt. In Buhurt land, we're forced to use swords that are overly heavy, balanced poorly, and just generally not really good for your wrists. So proper cutting with proper follow through is pretty much adamantly required. We just can't afford to do any of this wrist work that we see with the rapiers. I mean, you can do it, you're just going to get hurt. Looks like Jeff had a deep thrust. He's now ahead 4-0. 15 seconds remain. Dimitri needs to get in there. Looks like that's exactly what he did. Solid thrust, timed very well. Here we go. Time has expired. That is a draw match, 4-4. All right, now we've got Dylan McGee versus Mary Spone. Dylan with a purple armband, Mary with orange. Dylan very low, very crouched. Shallow strike for Mary. She's now on the board with some points. You see Dylan has got his side of his foot on the ground, trying to explode forward. It's not actually that good for exploding. If you think about a horse or a dog or a cat, they're on their toes all the time, and everything points in a linear direction, either backwards or forwards. What he's got going on there is perpendicular. It's not efficient. Looks like a thrust to the chest. Dylan saying she got me in the chest. Looks like we have an armor failure. She's working on that rapier. Looks like she's got it under control. Here we go. 13 seconds remain. He's trying to sneak that tip up into the face mask. And he gets the chest, it looks like. He did. That's the end of the match. Mary is the victor, 6-4. Next up, we have Robert Cousiver, Alfredo Velez. Alfredo with a pretty strong showing so far. Robert not using a dagger. He's the only one. Robert very good at using the ring. He is retreating and he is perfectly matching the shape. He's trying to get an angle. Looks like he may have gotten caught there. Yeah, looks like it did. Now he's circling. Alfredo definitely showing some respect of Robert's rapier there. He's not just flying in. He's trying to pick his moment. Looks like that was the moment. They said that was a double. Robert snuck that tip straight in. Nice deep strike. 10 seconds remain. They say purple got one deep. I couldn't see from this angle. Time has expired. Alfredo takes this match 12-4. right, next up we have Jeff Fisher and Daniel Lopez. Daniel has a very distinctive fighting style. See it shortly. Looks like he has a thumb grip on his dagger. Purple with a deep thrust. Looks like Daniel offset that blade pretty well, came up the middle. They're now tied up, 40 seconds remain. You can see the tip get hung up on the back of the neck protection there. Saying it was a double. Looks like they thrust each other. All right. Moving on, 34 seconds. Orange got a deep thrust. Jeff managing to rush in there and catch a thrust on Daniel. 9 seconds remain. They are tied. All right, double. They have 3 seconds. This is it. They better get something. Time has elapsed. This is a draw match. We'll probably see these two again. They're both having a pretty good showing. My Buhurt buddy advises me that most likely the best thing to do
You just
here.
gotta get him to. You hit him with the sharp end, the pointy end.
The pointy end. Pointy end, everyone. Now that we've figured out how to win, got Andy in orange, Christopher Suhu in purple. Andy saying, "You got my arm." Ha. All right. Shallow cut for Christopher. 2-0. Andy's very good at these fast thrusts. Apparently he trains with Rob Childs, well known for his fast thrust. That looked like a mess. Let's see what they say. They're gonna call it a double. Yeah. No, they're gonna. Yeah, all right, it's a double. 4 got a deep shot, so they're giving him a couple points. Whereas Andy got a shallow, so he's not getting any. They're now tied. Uh-oh. Camera needs a little attention again. Little discussion here. All right, here we go. It's all tied, 13 seconds. Probably this next exchange decides the match. That looked like a nice, very clean thrust by Andy. 2 seconds, 1. Time has elapsed. He was in motion. Definitely Andy took that round. They're gonna leave it 8-4. All right, next up we have Robert Cousiver, John Ryan. All right, here we go. Robert not using the ring just yet. He's going to let John push him around a little bit, try to find that opening. says, I got hit in the leg. That would be a shallow cut. There we go. Ryan with 2. Testing distance here. Robert says, I got hit in my hand. Oh, that was a deep cut. Okay, with 6-0, 17 seconds remaining. John is ahead. Robert's starting to use some of that footwork we saw earlier. Just dazzling with the tip, trying to find an opening. I saw a thrust to the face. Looks like so did the judges. And time is out, that leaving John Ryan the winner, 6-4. Next up we have Harriet Coates and Dimitri Sanborn. See if Dimitri's been able to resolve his wrist issues. Alright, here we go. Testing distance. Dimitri landing a thrust down the middle. Purple with a deep strike, that's Harriet. I saw a thrust on the arm. They did not. They're saying purple with a shallow hit. She did land a shallow one. Good explosion by Harriet. They're saying no exchange. And Dimitri takes this match 12-6. All right, next up we have Mary Spone versus Alfredo Velez. They've both had good showings so far. I'm saying no quality on that. Alfredo says she got me. Let's see how they score it. All right, purple with a shallow hit. Oh, she almost got run out of the ring. Purple with a deep shot. Mary doing well so far. She's using the edge of the ring, that's good. She's a little bit frantic. Alfredo with a deep shot. 22 seconds remain. Doing some circling, sizing each other. I saw a good shot to the face, kind of a late after blow. All right, Alfredo gets the points. 5 seconds left. Woo! Into the bleacher. I didn't see anything land. Looks like the marshals saw something. They're saying a deep shot. Alfredo takes this round 12-6. Next up we have Harriet Coates versus Mary. Mary just fought. They'll probably give her a moment, catch her breath. She's got a problem with her sword there. Looks like it's resolved. All right, she looks ready. Harriet looks ready. They're just inside each other's reach. Solid shot by Mary, right down the middle. She's running out of ring again. Looks like she did a good job dodging. They're gonna say, no, that was a double. That looked like a good shot up the middle by Mary. Looks like marshals agree. Testing that tip. She's trying to offset just a little bit and then come down the middle. It seems to be working so far. She has exited the ring. They're going to say that was a double. There we go. Mary needs to use that ring. Turn the corner. Go down the side. That is a double. Time has expired. That is the match. Mary wins 12-0. All right, we got Jeff Fisher in orange armband. Robert Cousiver is wearing purple and not using a dagger. It looks like Robert is not using a dagger either. We're gonna have a pure rapier battle here. Couldn't tell if that was flat. Let's see what he says. He says, no, he got me. All right, so purple shallow, orange deep. That should make the score 0-2 in Jeff's favor. Yes, that's what we see. All right. They're sizing each other up, trying to control. They're in the speaking window. Robert dipping that tip. That looked like a clean shot to the body for Robert. All right, purple shallow is what they're saying. Jeff leaning to the side, trying to lunge his way in there. Looks like he paid for it with a shallow hit to the body, or to a limb. 8 seconds. This is really kind of anyone's match. Well, nice pommel to the face. Time, and he gets 2 points for that, so Robert is the winner, 6-2. Next up, we have Daniel Lopez and Mary Spone. All right, looks like Mary is in orange, Daniel in purple. Marshals are ready. Fixing the mats real quick. All right, here we go. Oh, one more fix. All right. Everybody's ready. Here we go. Daniel doing a good job of using that ring. I saw a cut to the arm by Daniel. Let's see if that's what the marshal saw. All right, saying no exchange. We're going to move on. Saying that Daniel thrust to the leg. That's 2 points. I saw a thrust to the body by Daniel with a dagger. Yes, that's what they saw as well. Mary needs to relax. She needs someone in her corner too. Double deep, so that's nothing. Got 15 seconds left. He managed to offset with his rapier, set the tip of his dagger on her face. 10-0 for Daniel. The thrust looked like it missed to me. Let's see what the marshals say. Time. Winner is Daniel Lopez, 10-0. Next up, we have Andy Wang and Robert Cousiver. Robert in orange, Andy with purple, or rather nothing at all, but if you know where orange is, you know where purple is. Andy very fast with the thrusts. He's trying to show Robert a few things, get his attention off to the side, and then he's going to slip that rapier in. Robert went deep. Did he get it? Looks like they're saying shallow thrust. No, double deep. All right. Snuck that tip onto the arm. That's worth 2 points. 20 seconds remaining. Robert pushing off the side of his back foot. He's pretty planted there. Heel sunk into the mat. Time has elapsed. Got some discussion here. Let's see what they say. 10 seconds remaining. Andy all the way in that corner. That looks solid. I'm saying that was a double. Andy the winner, 2-0. All right, Daniel Lopez in orange, John Ryan in purple. Daniel running right in there. Looks like we got a double. Being too aggressive can be a problem. That looked like a solid thrust. Daniel thinking he can get this done quick. He's definitely using his footwork. He's circling, getting some openings that aren't there if you're just straight on. That's a good tactic. There we go, moving in. John looked like he got an excellent cut to the face. Gonna call it shallow. I disagree. Double there. Got both blades on him that time. They're saying it's a double. Daniel's got an issue with his knee cop. Looks like he's resolved it. All right. 9 seconds remain. Looks like John is just missing with that first thrust. He often follows it up with something on target, but Daniel's moving offline. He's not where that thrust was going to be. Purple got him moving in. Time has expired. 8-6. Daniel takes the round by 2 points. All right, we got Dimitri Sanborn, Andy Wang. Dimitri testing. Andy also testing. Dimitri trying to offset that dagger a little bit, see if he can maybe work the tip of that rapier in. Made a decision, he went in. Looks like Andy was the one that actually landed the hit there. All right, Andy takes that match. Next up we have Dylan McGee and John Ryan. All right, Dylan is a fast fencer. Let's see how this works. John missed. Looked to me like Dylan landed it. Looks like that's what the marshal saw as well. They're saying John got a shallow cut, so Dylan gets 2. A little back and forth there. Definitely an afterblow, if not a solid cut by John. Looks like that's how they're calling it. See, Dylan's having some kind of issue. Looks like the tip was trying to come off. Let's see if we got it resolved or not here in this next exchange. 26 seconds remain. I heard a tap. It looked like John may have got him. They say it's a double. All right. Definitely Dylan wants to move the tip of that rapier out of the way with his dagger and thrust. Looks like John landed a strike. Or they doubled again. They're calling it a double. Time has expired. John wins this round, 4-2. Next up we have Alfredo versus Dimitri. Alfredo with the purple armband, or no armband at the moment. Dimitri has his armband on, but he is sitting. He needs to get up. Here he comes. All right, here we go. All right, Dimitri with 2 points there, shallow cut. Alfredo circling to the right of Dimitri. I didn't see anything there, but they say purple got a deep cut. That's fine. That was a very fast thrust by Alfredo, straight down the middle. 21 seconds remain. That was a nice offset by Dimitri with a follow-up thrust. He's still in this match. There's 4 seconds. That was a huge mess. Yeah, I would say no quality as well. All right, they're awarding 4 points to Alfredo, who wins the round 12-6. Next up, we have Jeff Fisher and Dylan McGee. All right, chit chat has ended. Here we go. Dylan coming in. He's going to try and offset the tip there with his daggers and then run that rapier up the middle. Looks like he was successful according to one marshal. Now they're asking the fighter. Marshals may be getting a little tired as well. Are we still talking about the previous one? Okay, scorekeeper's ready. Here we go. 45 seconds remain. Jeff being very cagey, trying to use that reach. Looks like it may have worked out, maybe not. No quality. All right. Jeff should keep that tip online. Looks like Dylan got a deep strike. Jeff definitely got one in there. Was it a double? Looks like it was a double. 6 seconds remain. Jeff looks like he's a little tight, a little tense there. Time has expired. Dylan is the winner of this round, 4-0. All right, next up we got, well, it looks to me like we've got Daniel, Christopher Suhu, Alfredo Velez, Alfredo with the orange armband. I didn't see anything. They say orange got a shallow strike. Alfredo's got very long arms, but Christopher's pretty lanky himself. Looks like he got a shallow strike to the arm there. Dagger went right over the top. I agree with the marshals here. All right. Ooh, big cut by Chris. I don't have an angle. Let's see what the marshals say. Alfredo really leaping into this attack. Looks like it paid off. 7 seconds remain. That was a bit of a mess. I say orange got it. Time has elapsed. 10-10 draw. Lots of points on both sides. Busy. That was a busy match. Looks like Christopher is going to immediately be up again. Harriet in the other corner, purple corner. I suspect some of these fighters are holding their breath while they fight. You can do that if you're just fighting a short exchange and resetting. You can try to grab some breath. You are running out of breath, but not as quickly as if it was continuous. Looks like Christopher's recovered. Harriet's ready. Here we go. Looks like Christopher is saying, I also got hit. They're going to call it a double. 45 seconds remain. Here we go. Christopher taking the center of the ring. Lands a pretty solid thrust. Here we go. Looks like Harriet got a couple thrusts in there. They're now saying it's a double, but not for Harriet. They are thrusting each other a lot. It looks like Christopher landed. That was a pretty clean thrust, no questions there. Saw some dagger strikes there. Time has elapsed. Christopher's the winner, 16-0. Can't tell. We may be finished in this pool. They're not updating. We're going to move over to pool 3 where we've got Shauna Lafarve and Cindy. No, not Cindy. Cody Kivachik. Looks like Cody's landing some good strikes in here, 12-0. Looks like he got another thrust to the face on Shauna. Shauna very upright. She sounds winded. 2 seconds remain. Time has elapsed. Cody takes this round 18-0. Next round starting, we've got Jure Shen and Ryan Shapiro. Testing each other's range. I thought Ryan slipped one in there. Now I think Jure got one. Let's see what they say. Looks like they're saying a shallow cut. All right, next exchange. 15 seconds remain. Jure has 4 points. Looks like we're having a discussion. Strike to the knee, perhaps. Scorekeeper's not ready yet. All right, here we go. 6 seconds. I better make it quick. You don't got time to think about it. Get in there. Looks like Ryan hit. Time is up. Yes, he did. So Jure wins this round, 6-4. Ryan picking up 4 at the very end there. Next up, it hasn't updated yet. Sorry. Well, I don't know who's fighting right now. have Joshua Warner with orange, Brian Colden with purple. Brian currently in the lead 4-0. Every round of discussion. This is, I believe, not sure how far we are through this pool, but this is definitely making us later. Unfortunately, the other pool's finished, so we don't have another match to cut away to. Resetting the scores. All right. Next up, we have Chandler Ryder. All right, Fright Fight 2025. We're gonna take a quick break here, and we will be back for the semifinals, Rapier and Dagger. Stay tuned.
Okay, so that one ended up with the draw between Ryan in orange and Chandler in purple. I think this pool is winding down, so we should be back in a little bit with the semifinals with the single eliminations. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name's Matt Aaron. I'm co-owner of the Armored Academy of Arizona and co-captain of the Phoenix Blood Eagles. And we're here today at Fright for a bro fight exhibition.
It's the closest I can get to legally partaking in gladiator combat. That we can't kill people anymore, and I'm not trying to kill people, but I want to get pretty damn close to experience it. What the people in the 1400s did, which is wearing medieval armor and beating someone with a fucking melee weapon.
So how much experience does your opponent have?
Like 2 years, I think. 2 years doing melees, which is anything 2v2 and above. We both have no 1v1 experience, but we're gonna make it flashy and fun.
I've been participating in armored combat in Buhurt for about 5-6 years now. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
In such a small list, I think it's important not to get totally tied up completely, and don't get pushed in the corner. Do not get pushed in the corner, especially in a small list. Don't get stuck. Stay in the middle. Stay groovy. Stay smooth. Yeah.
He is a Mormon with anger issues.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say anger issues. I would say I'm super passionate about the sport, and I take it kind of seriously.
You were the nicest guy in the world, so you put your helmet on.
Yeah.
Like the pressure's on that I get to perform one way or another, whether that's failure or victory. Kind of up to me.
At Sterling Armory, we take pride in providing high-quality, one-of-a-kind blades for museums, theater, film, martial arts, and the discerning collector. Whether you are a beginner looking for your first piece or an experienced swordsman seeking precision and reliability, we have a wide selection to suit your needs. Our commitment to excellence and quality ensures that every piece you purchase from Sterling Armory meets the highest standards of craftsmanship and performance. Fright 2025 is proud to present our sponsor, Castile Armory. Founded by lifelong swordsman Sam Kovic in 2013, Castile Armory creates world-class swords and accessories for a discerning clientele. Because quality and attention to detail are everything in a niche market. If it's not good enough for us to use in tournament, it's not good enough for our customers. Visit Castile Armory to see our full line of swords and accessories. Get ready for the most immersive and educational HEMA event of the year. SoCal Sword Fight 2026 will host our largest and most competitive tournament lineup yet, drawing fighters from across the globe to compete in 27 unique events 2026 brings together fighters, instructors, and enthusiasts for an unparalleled experience. March 20th through the 22nd at the Sheraton Fairplex and Conference Center. SoCal Sword Fight 2026. You don't want to miss it. Welcome to Acer Metalworks, historically inspired armor for the sports-minded enthusiast. At Acer Metalworks, we specialize in custom medieval-inspired armor and accessories. Since our humble beginning in 2011, we have since branched out into decorative armor, accessories, and armor for the Armored Combat League. At acermetalworks.com, you can shop or design your very own medieval armor, helmets, and accessories.
So it looks like there's still a little bit of pool action left. So we'll go ahead and show you some of that before we get to the single eliminations. So right now we have Ryan Shapiro in purple fighting, looks like Nicholas Rickwell. Can't quite see it from here. Or Birdwell. And he's in orange. I'm not sure who won that exchange. Oh, that was a shallow for Ryan in purple. So he's leading right now 2-0. Both the fighters are kind of feeling each other out, trying to see if they can find an opening. Oh. Okay. So that was a shallow for Nicholas. So he got 2. So right now it's 2-2. That looks like that might have been a shallow for Ryan. Yes, that was. So it's 4-2 with 25 seconds remaining. Oh, that was a double. I'd say Nicholas is very tall. He should have a reach advantage over the other fighter, but it seems like they're both pretty evenly matched. Judges are having a discussion about that exchange. Looks like one is signaling shallow to orange. Oh, they're out of time. So the winner is purple, Ryan Shapiro. He won 4-2. Okay, next we have Chandler and Cody. Cody was the winner of Saber. He got the gold. And Cody is in orange, and Chandler is in purple. On that thrust, it looked like Cody missed. We got the points on that. So far, yes, shallow for orange. Cody got 2 points. Oh, that was a nice strike. So that was shallow orange, deep purple. And so that will be 2 points for Chandler with the offset. And that was deep orange. 4 points to Cody. Right now he is leading 6-2. Yes, and that was another deep orange. So Cody is now leading 10-2. 9 seconds remaining. And that is time. Cody wins the match. Orange wins 10-2. And it looks like we have 1 or 2 more matches left. And so the way this works, if you're not familiar with this, is there's a pool of 10 or so fighters, and each fighter gets to fight all the other fighters. So the pool is completed once every fighter has had a chance to fight all the other opponents. And they have also shorter rounds, which makes it so any contestants or any participants in the tournament get a lot more fighting in than you might at, say, a different tournament with smaller pools. Okay. And so we have Chandler Ryder from Einhorn in purple, and Joshua Maltese in orange. And he is from Mordhau. I'm not sure what the holdup is. Okay. They are getting the green card, so they are set to fit to start fighting. Ooh, that looks like a miss. Oh, they called that deep purple. And that one might have been... one judge is calling deep purple, the other judge is now calling deep purple and a shallow. So let's see how the points are awarded. Oh, so that was deep purple. So 6-0, Chandler's in the lead. And on that exchange, they called shallow purple. So it's 8-0 purple. "18 seconds left in the match, and that was another shallow purple. It's 10-0 purple. Oh, purple lunged and missed. I'm not sure who got contact there. They're calling that a double. 9 seconds remaining. Oh, not sure. That was deep orange. Out of time. Yep, deep orange. Purple wins the match 10-4. So just to remind you, we are almost finished with the pools, and coming up next will be the Rapier and Dagger single eliminations. That one should be a really good one, especially unfortunately, you were not able to see the pool 1 because we don't have a camera for that pool. But Rob Childs is fighting in pool 1. During his matches, 0 points were scored against him. I don't know that I've ever actually seen that happen before. And he was typically scoring between, I would say, 18 and 24 points a match. So he's got to be close to 200 points to nothing. And so that's the points total that you have for these matches is how they determine whether or not you make the semifinals. All right, so next we have Joshua Maltese from Mordhau fighting against Shauna Lefebvre, and she is from Ironwood Historical Sportsmanship. And this may be the last match of the pool. Okay, looks like they're ready. That was shallow purple. Joshua in purple with the first 2 points. Joshua just lunged there and missed. I'm not sure. Yep, looks like there was no exchange on that. Joshua with a really nice thrust there, getting 4 points for the deep. So it's 6-0. Joshua. 26 seconds remaining. That looks like another deep. Yeah, so it's 10-0 purple. And at this point, Shauna may be getting kind of tired. It looks like actually probably both fighters are tired, but I can see that Joshua is being very patient, just kind of waiting for an opening and then striking really fast. Oh, there we go. That was a cut to the head, and that is a shallow if you cut to the head, so that was for 2 points. So it's now 12-2, and time expires, and Joshua Maltese takes the match. And I was wrong. There is one last match in this pool. And then we will be taking another break while we wait for the single eliminations, which should be following quickly shortly after. And this one is Jiray Shen in purple versus Chandler Ryder in orange. Oh, nice strike from Chandler. They called that deep. Let's see if Jiray got any points for shallow or any offsetting. Yes, he did. So he got credit for the shallow, so Chandler has 2 points. So 2-0. That was a deep orange, so it's now 6-0 with 25 seconds remaining. Oh, that was a nice strike. And that should probably be a, oh, are they calling that a double? Yes, that was a double. 13 seconds. And 10 seconds left. And that was, time has expired, but let's see how that last exchange was scored. Oh, I guess I give him a little bit more time on the clock. It's 4-6, so that was a deep purple. Now time is out, and Chandler takes the match 6-4. And that was the end of our pools. So we are going to take a quick break. We should be back, I would say, in 15 to 20 minutes with the semifinals.
Rob Childs, Sage Midnight, David Spires, Tristan Packer, Chandler Ryder. Ring 2. Ray Shen,
All right, welcome back. We are starting the single eliminations. Right now we have Torin Dabs fighting Jiray Shen. Jiray Shen is in orange and Torin is in purple. So that was deep orange. Orange is leading 4-0. Both fighters are looking for a spot to hit their opponent. One judge is signaling no exchange. The other. Yep. Okay, so there's no exchange. Neither. Oh, there we go. What was that? That was a deep orange. It looks like Jure was able to strike Torin in the face. That was deep orange. Also, these rounds are a minute and a half. That was deep purple. So it's now 16-4, 8 seconds left. That was shallow by Torin. 2 points for the head cut. And that is match. And Jure Shen will be moving on. Still waiting for the other pool to get going, so we'll just stay on this one while we wait for the next one to get the fighters. So the next one in this pool is going to be Joshua Warner, fighting from SoCal Swords, going up against Dimitri Sanborn from Ironwood Historical Swordsmanship. Joshua Warner will be in purple, while Dimitri Sanborn will be in orange. Okay, fighters are taking their places. They have been given the green card by the table judge, and we are off. Nope. That was a shallow strike by Joshua Warner in purple, 2-0. Oh, there we go. There was a touch. There was a little bit of, there were some exchanges there. Wasn't quite, you couldn't quite tell if there was some quality with those strikes, but that last one was a deep orange. And that was deep purple, so purple is now leading 6-4 with 48 seconds left. That was the thing. Deep purple. I know that orange missed their strike. It didn't land. So they're saying 2 points to Joshua on that one. So shallow purple. Both fighters are still filling each other out. They're not really striking decisively quite yet. So that was a shallow for Joshua, so it's 10-4 with 17 seconds left in the match.
You want some Rice Krispies?
7 seconds. Oh, that was deep orange. Clock is still running, so they're out of time. Joshua will be moving on with a score of 10-8. There'll be other pool is about ready to get started. We'll be switching to that one, and we'll be going back and forth once that one is up and running. Right now, we're still waiting to see who's going to be on this pool that we're watching now, pool 2. Okay, we're going to go ahead and switch to pool 3. Over here we have Ryan in purple. They tilted the monitor again, so I can't read it. Against Tim in orange. There's a minute and 10 seconds left, and it's 0-0. It didn't look like quality. I didn't really see anybody make a strike on that one. It looked like there was a miss. What are they calling on that? I guess they're saying shallow for Tim in orange. So 2-0. 45 seconds on the clock. And we're going to be cutting back over to this other match here in a second. It's now 4-0. Tim must have had another shallow. $22 seconds, 20 seconds. Right now it's 4-4. We're tied up. $12 seconds. See what's going to happen here. They might be running out of time if somebody doesn't strike quickly. There we go. That's probably going to be deep orange. Yes, match orange. Orange won 8-4. Over on pool 2, we have 50 seconds left. It's Andy Huang from Black Tigers versus Jure Shen from Reno HEMA. And right now, Andy is winning 6-0. Andy's in purple. That strike looked like it went slightly over his mask, but they awarded him 4 for that. Although one judge is signaling double. Yep, double, so they took the points away. It's still 6-0 with 30 seconds left. Both fighters just waiting for their moment. Andy Huang was a little short on that one. Oh, got him there. So that should be a deep for Andy. Yes, it is. So Andy's now winning 10-0. Andy is in purple. Okay, how did they score that? Oh, that was a shallow for orange. 10-2, and we are out of time. And winner was purple, Andy Huang. We're going to cut over to our other pool, pool 3. And over here we have Rob Placentia versus Chandler. Chandler's in purple, Rob is in orange. It is 4-4. Let's see what the judge calls here. I think he's signaling double. Yes, it's 38 seconds and it's 4-4. It looks like Chandler's kind of toying with him, trying to get him to go in. Oh! There was some misses that it looks like Chandler may have struck him at the end with his dagger. Oh, I think he said, judge is saying no exchange. There is a stop of the clock. There's 13 seconds left. Oh, they put some more time on the clock at 16 seconds left. 4-4. 8 seconds. Oh, Rob just bent the tip pretty substantially. Did he win? Yes, he did. So he got when he bent his tip, he scored 4 with a deep orange. Orange wins 8-4. In our other match, we have Joshua Warner versus Brian Colden. Brian Colden is in orange. He's leading 6-0. It's 45 seconds on the clock. Let's see how that was scored. It looks like they're saying deep purple, shallow orange. If that's the case, Joshua should get 2 points. Yes, so it's 2-6. 38 seconds. Oh, that was a clean shot. That should be 4 for Brian. Yes. Brian Colden in orange is winning 2-2, or 10-2. There was another one. He's having a good time finding that target. Looks like they said no exchange on that one. Oh, there. That should be. That's pretty decisive. Oh, is he okay? Oh. I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like Joshua Warner might have gotten hurt. What's the judge's ruling on that? 14-2. So Brian got the deep score on that one. And that's going to be time. And Brian's going to win that match 16-2. Over on pool 3, we have Tim from Einhorn facing Alfredo Velez from Loyal Order of the Sword. I don't see Alfredo, so he must be, oh, here he comes. I'm not quite sure what the holdup is. In fact, we are at a standstill at both pools 2 and 3. In pool 1, we have Tristan Fackler. I wish I could show you this match, but unfortunately we only have 2 cameras this year. Next year we will definitely have 3. Tristan is tied up right now against his opponent, and he is fighting Chandler Ryder. Oh, no, and the other two, oh, here we go. Alfredo Velez versus Tim Orkowski. And not sure, that looks like they're calling a double on that one. Oh, that was a quick strike by Alfredo. Looks like they're calling double on that one again. There's a minute left in the match, and we are at 0-0. So it looks like they're signaling deep orange on that. Oh, yeah, that was a deep orange, shallow purple, so 2 points to orange. So Tim is leading 2-0. And it looks like yeah, 4-2. Alfredo is leading by 2. 27 seconds left. Oh. That looked to me like that was a strike by Alfredo, but I'm not sure if they saw that, or from my angle he didn't connect. How are they going to award that? I guess that was deep orange, so orange now leads it 6-4. 5 seconds left. They're calling double on that, and we are out of time. Tim wins the match, 4-6. Let's cut over to pool 2, where we have Cody. Cody in purple versus Brian Colden in orange.
All right, looks like Brian is taking that one. Okay, next fighter coming up, we got Andy Wang, Tristan Fackler. Not surprised to see these guys in the single elims. They've both been doing quite well. Tristan was the gold medalist for the mixed weapons competition yesterday. Looks like we got a little bend in the rapier there. We'll see if we can get it re-bent with a nice thrust. All right, here we go. Andy has very good thrusting technique, very quick. Looked like an incidental strike to the leg. See how they score it. Looks like they're gonna say no exchange on that one. Andy setting up thrust down the middle. It looks to me like Tristan's getting ready to offset and return fire. Looks like that's what he did. All right, looks like you got a shallow strike there. It's definitely setting up to try it again. That looked like a double. That's what the marshals are calling it.
Looking for a chair to steal. I see one over on that far end. Can I cross in front here?
All right, Andy, 4-2, 33 seconds remaining. Looked like a thrust got in there. Andy hit him over the head. Let's see how they score it. I'd say Tristan came in nice and strong there. Andy having a little trouble with his sword. Looks like he's got it figured out. All right. Here we go. Definitely, it looks like Tristan is looking to offset that long sword. Andy still got something in there. He got a shallow cut. Now Tristan ran through, trying to get a big thrust. It's good to see him changing his strategy from one exchange to the next. They ruled that no exchange. That looked like a double. That's what the judges are calling it. All right, here we go. All right, time has ended. It's ended in a draw. I don't believe they can have a draw. They're going to put some time back on the clock. Sudden death. Not doing time anymore. They just got to stab each other. Maybe a cut. I saw a bend in Andy's sword. That's what the marshals saw. They're saying the arm is enough to win. No, other judge saw something as well. They're gonna. All right, they've given the match to Andy. They saw the stab to the arm. Good match. Both pretty good fighters. They've definitely performed well all day. Looks like the other pools have completed. Hopefully this pool is also completed. All right, we got another match here. We got Robert versus Brian. Looks like he's sniping that hand. That dagger got lazy. Hands available again. It looks like Robert's going to try for it. No, went for thrust over the top. They both landed. It's going to be a double. Robert trying to get that face. Didn't happen. They called it a double. I think Robert missed, but he should go back to sniping that hand for maybe one exchange. That's what he did. I did see that thrust land though, so yeah. They're gonna adjust that score, I think. So Brian got a deep thrust and Brian got a shallow cut. They should change the score to 6-2. Now, the other person should have 2. Well, that's unfortunate. They are very close. If Brian didn't have his arm extended as all the way to its maximum length, he could actually probably reach with a thrust, because he's well within reach of that. I mean, certainly if he takes a step, he's there. I saw that thrust. It looked like it made contact to me. Points have not updated. We're at 4-4. Time has expired. This is eliminations. We can't have a draw, so we're gonna go ahead and fight some more. All right, coming over to list 2 or group 2, we've got Andy and Robert Childs. Solid hit straight on the chest. As I understand it, Robert Childs is Andy's instructor. His timing is impeccable. You can see he lines up. Robert's feet are not crossed. He's up on his toes. He can get maximum speed. He's just waiting. He's waiting for something halfway serious. And then he deflects with that dagger. Tip of that rapier is going to come up very quickly. Just missed. It's okay. There'll be another opportunity. Obviously, Andy knows what he's up against here. Body language says it all. Something that's interesting here, if you watch Robert as he's fencing, you'll notice that he is simply mirroring everything Andy does. So when Andy's left side of his body begins to move, Robert's right side starts to move, and vice versa. By matching that rhythm perfectly, he doesn't need to think about what Andy's doing. He knows which side of the body is loaded. He knows where the attack's coming from. He doesn't know the exact trajectory, but he knows where it's coming from. That was fast. He bent the rapier. Good thrust. Time has expired. Robert takes this round 12-4. Looks like the pool 3 has finished. Should be approaching finals now. This should go fairly quickly. I see the prizes coming out. All right, we should be getting ready for finals here. We got judges. Got a few people with some rapiers around. Looks like we're gonna have Robert Placencia versus Andy Wang.
The first couple of rounds, I think it went off without a hit. And he took over great.
Both pretty large men. There should not be much of a reach advantage here for either one.
I've already told Roman I'm going to let you know after dinner tonight. I'm going to head back.
Andy will have the orange armband. Robert will have purple.
Thanks for inviting me out, though. That was great.
Although he's wearing a purple gambeson. Purple chassis. Ah, now we're switching. Now Robert will be in all orange. Very nice. Matches. Fashionable. Unfortunately, the scoreboard hasn't switched. I believe this is the bronze final. Yes, this is the bronze final. Winner here takes home bronze. And he's showing a lot of body movement trying to set Robert off. Doesn't seem to be working yet. Robert planted, has his toes nice and forward. He's ready to get in there fast. Robert only using a rapier, no dagger. It is rapier and dagger, but he doesn't feel he needs a dagger. Certainly if he's in a metals match, he probably doesn't need a dagger. We've got some scores. Nothing updated. Okay, 2 points for Andy. That looked like a blow after blow to me. Let's see how they score it. Robert with a deep thrust. There's a difference between getting hit in the hand and offsetting with your hand. Robert's trying to offset that incoming thrust with his hand, with his left hand. Andy came in, he's saying he got my arm.
Well, they announced the winner. Or not the winner, they announced who the bosses are.
That should award 2 points to Andy. Looks like it did. That was a very nice thrust by Andy, up from the bottom going into the chest of Robert. Good offset with the dagger. Andy's definitely setting up to offset with that dagger once again. Robert doesn't want that to happen. He's working from the outside of the rapier. Looks like he may have got a shallow cut. He did. Time has expired. Andy is our winner, 16-6. since this is a finals match, they're not over in just one match. They actually have to fight 3 of them. Andy took the first one. If Robert wins the second one, then they must go to the 3rd match. See who comes out the victor here. Andy looking a little gassed. You can be tired, don't look tired. Don't let your opponent know that you've got limits. Looks like his wrist is feeling it. It's been a long session. A lot of wrist work with Rapier. All right, judges are ready, fighters are ready. Here we go. 1.5 minutes in this round. Andy trying to tempt in there. Looks like a double. They got each other with a thrust. Oh, Andy's saying he got shallow, or yeah, Robert got shallow, so Andy gets 2. These folks, these 2 fighters, they really want to know who's the best. They're doing a lot of self-calling. They're not going to take any gimmies from the judges. They want to know. That was tippy, but it was on the hand. Andy acknowledging that. They're now tied with 50 seconds remaining. For reference, when they were in pools, the rounds were only 1 minute, so they've just started. That was a very good thrust by Robert. Good return by Andy. They're just going back and forth with the points here. 25 seconds. They're calling that a double. That's fine. 21 seconds to go. Plenty of time to win this. Saw a thrust to a leg and then a thrust to the head. Let's see how they call it. One judge says double. The other judge, fighters are gonna discuss. This doesn't have to be the one. There's 12 seconds left. We can do it again. Looks like we're... All right, we're gonna call the match. Robert the winner, 10-8, very close. That means we gotta fight a 3rd match. Two matches is not gonna do it. We gotta do 3. We're gonna give him a moment to recover a little bit. Robert looks pretty fresh to me. Andy's just 20 burpees away from perfection. It's always 20 and you never get to it. It's unfortunate. All right. A little water. They both get water. That's good. Probably ready for it. Just reminded me, I hope the Buhurt guys have water. Yeah. All right, here we go. This is it, folks. This match decides who's the winner. That was Tippy. Gonna award those points, 2 points. If you don't have a thumb, you cannot fence. That's why it's counted. Got a deep thrust. Robert's saying no, that was no quality. Andy's like, no, I felt that. It is a finals match. We can seek perfection here. Looks like Robert coming to the outside of the large rapier. Just trying to stay away from that dagger. Looks like he managed to catch the arm there. Here we go, 1 minute remaining. Well-timed thrust by Andy, right up the middle. 40 seconds to go. Little tap on the hand there saying, no, that wasn't it. That wasn't the one we were looking for. Let's do it again. Sneaky thrust by Andy, very, very close. Didn't quite land though. Still going. Robert got offset and thrust. 26 seconds, he can still bring this back. That looked a little bit doubly, but Andy did have a nice thrust in there. I'm saying no quality. All right. Here we go. Top of the head there with a cut. Looks like a thrust was coming in. I couldn't tell if it landed. They're saying no. All right, Andy is the winner, 16-4. Robert making it all the way to a medals match in a Rapier and Dagger tournament without using a dagger. He gets 4th place. Coming in 3rd, we have Andy Wang. Very happy. He had an excellent showing today. Now it's time to get serious, so we're going to have our gold and silver matches coming up. Robert Childs, Brian Colden.
Before this begins, everyone please know, right after this, come over and get dinners on the other side over there. Don't forget.
Don't forget to eat, folks. It's very good food. All right. We got Robert Childs in orange. We got Brian with the purple. You can see him timing him out. Tap, tap, offset, thrust. Solid shot to the face there. Robert moving in time. Brian trying not to give anything away. Definitely he is intimidated. You're so close. Not sure how they're going to score that. It didn't look like a solid shot. Two judges saying no quality. No quality there. We're going to move on. Got a minute left. Circling Robert, showing that dagger. He's ready to move that blade offline. I heard a tip. It looks like Brian may have hit him in the hand. Yes, that is what happened. Robert showing that dagger. You can see Robert take his opponent's rhythm in his own hand. He's moving that dagger. Shows a little stomp on the ground. Didn't work out here. Brian took the bait and he made it work. Brian running out of runway. I saw a lot of action. I guess nothing landed. We're going to continue. Robert getting ready to set that rapier off. Look how close he is. I'm not sure how they're scoring that. They're saying 2 points. Robert wins this 10-8. That was match number 1. We do have another match coming up. They must win the best 2 out of 3. I see both fighters breathing deeply. They're not doing a lot of physical movement, but there's a ton of concentration going on here. All right, looks like Brian's ready. Robert's ready. Everybody's ready. I'm ready. Here we go. Timing. Tick, 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 tick. Here. Brian checking range. Just a little bit outside. Robert right over the top of that dagger into the face mask. He's going to try again. Brian hiding behind the tips of his blades. He's so close. Looked like a cut to the arm there for Brian. That's how they ruled it. 46 seconds remain. Oh, he's saying no, it didn't happen. Appreciate the chivalry, but maybe he's being a little too chivalrous. He's testing range. Good sweep and a follow-up. Saying no quality. Saying they hit him in the back, and that's not a valid target, so no points there. Robert waiting, tip, tip, tip. Brian is so tense. He's definitely stressed here. He needs to relax. Both fighters on their toes. Robert trying to fake him out with a stomp on the ground. They both shot at the same time. Let's see what happens. Looks like they're ruling that no quality. That was messy. I show 2 different colors raised. Let's see how they figure this out. All right, we're going to say it's no exchange. They should have a little time put back on. Yeah, there we got 5 seconds. Brian tried to make something happen here. That looked like a solid thrust to the body. That is the match. Robert Childs wins 10-0. Our gold medalist. Got to hand out some medals. There is a pretty cool prize for this one. It's coming out now. Brian getting silver. Certainly earned that. He definitely had some very good skill there. Rob Childs winning gold. He also gets a fancy rapier. Very nice. Well done. The prizes here are fantastic. If you haven't fought at Fright Fight before and you think maybe you got a chance, you ought to come down. Give it a try next year. All right, we're going to take a break here. We're going to be moving over to Buhurt next. We've got pro fights for everyone. It's essentially MMA with weapons and armor.
Starting over here.
Meet us then.
And then at 6:45, you guys can watch Buhurt as you eat.
Want some help? I can go get a bunch of people. Yes. I'll be right back.
Are you doing the whole table, like roll it?
So first things first. go. We're going to start off with some sword and shield. In this particular format, they are allowed to hit their opponent with the weapon, and that's it. No punching, no kicking, no throwing, no nothing like that. They just use the weapon. They're going to fight for 90 seconds. They get a minute rest, and then they fight for 30 more seconds continuously. The goal is to land more hits than your opponent in the time allotted. Got Pike with the green armor and the red shield. He's been fighting for about a year, 2 years. We got Logan, who's been fighting for 3.5. He's his opponent. Both are from Phoenix. Here we go. Good solid hit by Pike. Return shot to the leg. Doing a lot of blocking with those shields. Good reply. They got plenty of time to go. Hopefully they don't gas themselves out. Both these fighters have been training for pro fight. It's a much more athletic sort of thing. They should have plenty of gas in the tank.
Points are awarded by clear unobstructed hits.
Logan's currently wearing about 85 pounds in armor. Pike's wearing a similar amount, somewhere between 80 and 85. Trying to open up the opponent with a few strikes of the shield, get them to overreact so you have a target to hit. Pike landing a few good shots there. Logan replying. Tried to slip that, didn't quite get out of the way. Couple strikes coming in. Good replies by both fighters. Getting a little tired now. The action's slowing down. See those shields starting to droop a little bit. All right, that is the end of round one. They get a 30-second round after this. They get a minute to catch his breath. They put their arms up on the list so the list can hold their weight up. They've done more than enough usage of the arms for the past 90 seconds. I'm going to let the list do the rest here.
Historical pieces that are either extant in the archaeological record, museum pieces that are actually proven to be used, not just parade armor or anything like that.
It's kind of like doing cardio with a weight vest, except the weight is on every part of your body, so you don't just have it on your chest and back. It's everywhere all at once, distributed. Everything you do is exhausting. You wipe your face, it requires a bicep curl.
Let's stay as much more historically accurate as possible. All right. So, like I said, these giants like to see a lot and hear a lot of noise.
All right, looks like we're getting ready. You've had your minute of air. Time to get to work.
Round 2. This is the 32nd round.
All right.
Fighters, you ready?
Touch of swords is respect, and here they go. It's not time for respect anymore. It's time to fight. Nice cut to the arm by Logan, and then he covered with a shield. Good shot to the face there. That carpet is not much fun. Did the best we could. It's a very nice floor in here. We hate to ruin it. Time has been called. It's just an exhibition. We're going to let the crowd decide who the winner is.
As the judges are confirmed, I'll go ahead and come to Dan and tell him what's something you admire about fighting with sword and shield. Oh, he's breathless. He likes it. Want me to come back to you? What do you like about sword and shield?
All right. Conferring about the score here.
Excellent.
It's hard to get that microphone close enough to the mouth to hear them. They're both tired.
Come to
They're going to take their hats off. Got a winner decided here. This was a close match. They traded shots a lot. You know, the goal is to get more than the other guy, but if you're each 1 for 1, then you end up equaling out.
All right. All right, fighters to the center.
All right. Pike and Logan in the middle. Logan in the red, Pike in the green. Logan's our winner.
Very good job. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, on deck, we are ready to go with our pro fight.
All right, that's it for Sword and Shield exhibition fighting. From here on out, it will be pro fights. Each fighter will have to fight 3 rounds. The rounds will be scored like a boxing match.
Pro fights are scored by
We've got 3 judges. They're going to be doing their best to judge.
by clean strikes to the body with the weapon and these guys, you'll notice they're going to be fighting mixed weapons, I believe.
The announcer says mixed weapons, but they actually agreed earlier before the fight exactly what weapons they would use. Over there in black, we've got Damien. He's from Las Vegas. He's using a Mason buckler. For Phoenix, getting his Grand Bassinet on right now is Les Bulgren. He's got also a Mason buckler. Needs that face slam down. You can just barely see him in the frame off to the left there. Matt is trying to get him situated. Usually I do his helmet. I know the magic mix to get everything to link up. As soon as that visor comes down, he's ready.
all right, here we go.
Here we go. We've got Les getting his gauntlets on. Damien chilling in the corner. This is definitely what Damien should be doing. He's conserving energy for the fight ahead. Here comes Les.
Here we go with the next fighter. Go. All right, introduction.
That Grand Bassinet makes big strikes descend down into his body through his chest plate. It's actually resting on his shoulders slightly.
And on our right is our hometown, Les Bulgren. I'll take the position as our main marshal.
All right, judges are getting ready.
Go ahead and come to the center.
All right, we're going to meet in the middle. Both using Mason buckler here. Maces have all the weight down at the end.
60-second rounds. Round number 1. Fighters ready.
One thing about the mace, you don't have to worry about edge alignment. You're not going to hit with a flat. There is no flat. You just hit. Now that we're doing pro fight, pretty much any strike goes. They're not allowed to hit in the groin. No horizontal strikes to the neck. No strikes to the leg that would cause the leg to hyperextend. But everything else is open game. They can kick, punch. They can use their knees, elbows, whatever they got. Everything that lands without being obstructed is a clean hit. Looks like both fighters are burning up all their energy right out the gate. Damien throwing Les popping right back up. These guys are little, but they're wearing a lot of weight. You know, Les and Damien, they're 5'3", they're about 126 pounds each. Les's armor weighs about 60 pounds. It's almost half his body weight. Good kick by Damien. Les managed to turn sideways. Swing and a miss by Damien. Damien choking up on that mace, kind of indicating he's looking for a fist fight. Les staying consistent. 60 seconds is up. They're going to go sit down. Other fighters will be fighting 90 seconds. These guys are fighting 60 seconds. It's their first fight. They get a minute to recover. Got the judges conferring off to the side, figure out who won. This is scored like a boxing match, so you get 3 judges. They're tallying up how many strikes are landing and by who, as best as what they can. And you know, if there's a huge discrepancy, and maybe not even huge, if there's 6 or more strikes, 6 to 10 strikes different from one to the other, that's an advantage. That's how you get a 10-9 round. So they're doing some math over there. They're also scoring based off of things like ring control, aggression, effective defense. They don't get forever, but they all right. Scorekeepers ready. Winners ready. All right, here we go. Second round starting. Show of respect. Looks like Damien's ready to bang. He's pushing Les. Les getting a few strikes in there. Damien getting some body shots. He's definitely trying to get Les on the ground. Les stuffs it. Les doing some pretty good grapple defense. He came down. Damien's punching him. Les fights his way to his feet. They're still working. Looks like Damien's trying to get Les down again. Les is not easy to take down. Les needs to get busy with that shield. He is a little bit. Looks like Damien's a little more active. We'll find out. Nice front kick by Damien. Good shot by Les. Good mace up the middle. Damien replies. Damien's going up and down. Headbutts are fun, but they don't count. And they ran out of time. They went down together. That does not count. Yeah, they didn't hear. The hearing in a helmet is impeded. They called time when they hit the ground, so all those strikes afterward didn't count. Also, they both fell down together on the ground, so neither gets credit for that takedown. Les having a seat there, Damien having a seat, that's good. Got to recover, you know, at the end of the round. You don't have much time, so this is where cardio comes in. You know, we spend a lot of time sparring, working, trying to get that cardio up. We work our cardio by sparring. We want to have good cardio doing the thing that we're actually training to do. All right. Third and final round coming up here. Uh-oh. I had a guy slip.
Fighters, take the center.
Fighters are ready. Judges are ready. Here we go. Touch, show respect. Nice kick by Damien. Les with a good mace strike there. Couple punches. They're tied up now. Gonna have to work that clinch. They both hit with a mace. Damien steps out. Damien comes in with a kick. Les tying up. Les with a big punch over the top. Damien with a punch over the top of his own. Nice punch by Les. Starting to shut that weapon down, but he got tall. Couple reversals on the way down. Damien with the takedown. Les is fighting his way up. Les is up. Nice front kick. Both fighters getting tired, but it looks like Damien's got a little more gas in the tank. Time has expired. That is the end of the fight. Fighters will go to their corners.
Fighters, go ahead and pop your lids.
They can take their helmets off.
As the judges confirm.
Judges are going to confer, decide who our winner is. We do have medals for these guys, for the winners. We'll be handing the medals out at the end, I believe. Les has a helmet that requires a magic trick to get open. I usually use his mace to push down on the pin so I can get it up. And then I have to hit it up. I can't press it up. In fact, I think I'll run over there and help real quick. Be right back. All right, we got that helmet up. Les says his right arm actually got broken. Not his flesh arm, his armor arm got broken. Prefer the armor to break over the flesh. We can fix the armor. He's got his little fan. It's his #1 fan. Keeps him cool. All right, we're going to find out who the winner was.
Pro fight of the night is blue corner,
Damien from Las Vegas is our winner. It's his first time doing a pro fight. It's good to see that. Damien's been fighting a while. I remember when he barely first started. Gonna get everyone swapped out. The nice thing about a pro fight is that once your fight is over, you can take your armor off. A lot of people are used to seeing melees. The thing about a melee is it's all day, and you don't get to take your armor off for 8 hours, 10 hours. All right, we got Salvador Vieira in the blue brigandine. And then he's fighting Seabass, Sebastian Vasquez. He's wearing the blue and green tabard from Las Vegas. He's using a one-handed axe. Looks like Salvador's got a messer. Buhurt weapons are weighted in such a way that they have to be tip heavy so that you are forced to have good rotation with your strikes. No tippy stuff using your wrist. And they also have to be kind of uncomfortably heavy. The general feeling is that they're more durable if they're heavier. It's not necessarily true, but that's how the rules are written. Here we go. Salvador in blue. Sebastian in the tabard. Good block there. Seabass with a punch. Salvador looking pretty spry. Good blocks. They're both landing hits here and there. They got good defense, both of them. Nice shot. Salvador slipping that shot so it glances off. Seabass trying to get some grappling going. Salvador hitting with that buckler down low. Seabass with a good combo, but he did get caught with a shot on the way out. Sal with a good block, good swing. Let's try and tie him up. Sal getting into a fist fight now. When you're tied in, good knee there to the leg. Another good knee. Another good knee. You're gonna see, oh, here goes the throw. Salvador needs to turn and lock him down. And that's what he's doing. They get 15 seconds on the ground to land as many strikes as they can. Sal's doing a good job locking down Seabass, so he isn't striking much. All right, Marshall has called for them to rise. They have 10 seconds to get up. Both fighters are down, up. Time has expired. All right, that's the end of round one. I think they were waiting for someone to tell them to start. That's on the Marshal. It's his first time marshalling. He may not be aware. I'll go let him know. All right, we are trained. Just like that. Yeah, I see a comment in the chat here about Orion. Orion will be later. He's suited up, he's waiting and ready. So is his opponent. As these matches go along, you're going to notice that the contestants get bigger and bigger. Salvador's 150, 160, so Seabass. They're about the same height. It's a really good matchup. Seabass has actually fought at Golden Ring in LA. That's kind of the feeder league that goes into the main really big league for pro fight. Need to get that chair out of there. There we go. Seabass has an actual record. This is Salvador's very first anything he's ever done in armor that's competition. He's been to practice. Armor's brand new. This is his first deal. Good time. Nice punch. Good trade there from the two of them. Seabass landing a couple more hits. Salvador's got to get those hands up. Big load up by Salvador. That lets your opponent know that you are up to something. They're trying to pick at each other. Seabass coming in with a big punch. This is good. Oh. Salvador pulling down, trying to prevent Seabass from getting too many strikes. Gets up. Nice work. Good punches. Nice. Good recovery by Sal. Good knee. Looks like some kind of fire got lit in Salvador. He's getting punches in there. He's working now. Seabass turtling up, trying to not take too many hits. Camera's back in action. Looks like both of them are at the extent of their gas tank now. Good knee by Seabass. Salvador needs to get to work again. Time has expired. Marshall's in there with a stick. Round two is finished. They have one more round to go.
All right. These guys are putting it out there. I don't know if you guys can tell. That's hot in here, and it's hot in there.
Yeah, announcer talking about the heat. They are wearing what amounts to a jacket underneath that armor. And the armor doesn't allow their skin to breathe, so they are the sweatiest that they will ever be right now. Personally, my gambeson lives in the garage when I'm not wearing it.
What do you think of these fights, sir?
Want Orion now, you gotta wait for Orion. He's last. We've got two more fights, including Orion.
We like to focus on half of the time that we are in training. We are actually in physical training to actually wear this stuff and do this fun nonsense. But it's really, really good.
They're catching their breath. I see a lot of breathing coming out of Sebastian, but I know that Sal's recovering as well. All right, here we go. Round three is beginning.
Are you ready? Scorekeepers, are you ready?
Tired but ready. Show of respect. Here we go. All right. Got some good footwork going on here. They're setting up shots and then deciding whether or not to take them. You can see there was a big swing and a miss. Salvador's getting to work with those inside shots. Good knee. Replied. Looks like Seabass is getting him bent a little bit, trying to get that throw. Salvador needs to drop his weight, make himself harder to throw. It's good knee, another good knee. Salvador getting some punches in there. He is busy. Seabass got a couple punches in there. Salvador looks tired. He's got his hands up on the rail. Almost done. Salvador stuffs the throw. Good punch. Another good punch. He's looking for that knee. I can see him looking down. He's trying to place it in some organs. Even with the armor on, you can still sit someone down with a good shot to the liver, sometimes a shot to the spleen. He's getting some hammer fists in there, but they don't have much quality on them. Using the pommel of that sword, that messer. Salvador getting those body shots going. I can hear Matt yelling at him. Time is called. That's the end of this round. That's the end of this fight. Fighters can now take their helmets off. I know they're both ready. While they're doing that, I want to thank the Las Vegas Death Dealers for coming down, doing this event with us. They have a lot of people up there, and they've been training hard. Every time I see them, they're better. Chat would like to shout out the Scooter Kids. This year they're doing face painting for the kids, which is kind of fun. Last year they had a haunted house for them to go into. They always have kids events here at Fright Fight. It's not just HEMA and Buhurt stuff going on. They do stuff for the kids too. And these are basketball courts that we're in. That's why we have carpet down and everything. We're protecting the flooring. And you know, so they can ride their little scooters around, have fun with that. Got some vendors selling all kinds of stuff, including sharp swords. Salvador got his helmet off, Seabass got his off. You can see that these guys, you know, they both put everything they had out there. They're tired. It's only 3 rounds, you know, 4.5 minutes, but it feels like an hour. In the silly hat, that's William Bam Bam Woodbury. If you've ever watched the show Night Fight, he's the champion from that show. Also does pro fighting. He's a member of AMMA, the main large league for pro fighting. I believe he's undefeated. He's had several fights. He also comes in and trains with us. All right, here we go, the decision. This was close.
Champion is Seabass.
Seabass with the win. That was close.
Congratulations.
All right. Salvador with his first fight in the can. Had a good showing.
Excellent fighting on these guys. Like I said, this is very close rounds. These are even matches.
That was close. Judges still discussing it over there.
For our co-main event of the night. This is our first main event of the night.
All right, our co-main event coming up. We've got Xander Gomez and we've got Mark Galvez. Now we're getting into the big boys. Xander's about 250, Mark's about 260. This is also Xander's very first fight. He's never fought before. Not in a tournament like this. He's done some melee fighting out in New Mexico, but this is his first pro fight, and he's just extremely excited. He's been looking forward to this for weeks. Looks like Mark has an LED inside of his helmet. He may have a fan actually blowing air on him. Here we go. First match, show of respect. Now Xander's going to get to work along with Mark. Mark with a good punch. Xander throwing some kicks. Nice punch by Xander. Good reply with a mace by Mark. Little shot to the hip. Xander needs to get his hand up. There we go, nice punch. Told him don't just stand there and swing. Good shot with the mace right down the middle. Throwing those punches in there. Xander circling. Looks like it hit the shield there. That was the knee to the groin, it looked like to me. Now they're starting to cool down a little bit. They had their moment of excitement. Now we're going to find out who has the gas tank. It's a good punch, but Xander did defend it somewhat. Solid shot with the mace there. Good punch by Xander. A little snap kick to the leg there. Chop. Swing and a miss by Mark. Mark, another swing and a miss. Looks like he got a leg that time. Xander coming over the top. Mark with some body shots. Looks like his tabard might be coming off. All right. Into the first round. Fighters are going to go to their corner. They do have people cornering them. For Las Vegas, we've got Tristan Tinoco. He's the captain for the Las Vegas Death Dealers. He's the one to help get this all put together for us. Xander's got Matt cornering, but Matt is also judging, so he's got to come over and do some judging. He'll come by and give some advice. Mike, fellow teammate, coming up talking to Xander. Les also. These guys train together a lot. Got a pretty good rapport going. They will fight. They want to fight guys who will fight them. Otherwise, we have a female team. It is the Phoenix Sicarios, Desert Sicarios. Xander looks like he's recovered fairly well. Can't get a good look at his opponent. We also have a new team that we sometimes will fight, bringing up the next generation fighters. If you think that this looks like something you'd like to train, we've got a gym out in Mesa. You can find it by looking up Armored Academy of Arizona. Scorekeepers ready. Death Dealers are out in Henderson, which is right next to Las Vegas, Nevada. Got a few punch trades there. Mark wants the kick now. Xander with a chop and a kick. That was a pretty good combination. Nice slip by Xander. Reply back with the axe. Good punch by Mark right down the middle. Xander working those combos. Mark just chopping away with that mace. This is very evenly matched. They're not hitting with the same types of strikes on each other, but they are hitting with strikes. A nice spinning backhand. He's been working that forever. He loves that strike. He just wants to get it. All right. Let's cheer him on, guys. Let's get that ball. Few kicks. Good punch by Xander. He's got him tied up against the rail. He's starting to knee. Some body shots in there. He's just working. He's just working on him, landing those hits. This is where you steal around. He threw a kick, but he got punched while he was doing it. That is the danger. You're on one leg. Punch to the body. Time was called. Xander coming back to his corner. Round 2 is in the books. They get 60 seconds to catch their breath, and then they got to do it again.
These guys are definitely feeling it, I can tell you that. Having this, they are feeling it.
A lot of the sword work that we saw earlier with the HEMA tournament, you know, it applies here, especially Saber. You'll notice that they're not thrusting on each other. The reason that there's no thrusting in Buhurt is because it's just too effective. We simply can't make it safe, so we simply don't do it. So they're not thrusting, but all of the cutting, the parrying, the footwork, all of that from HEMA, it applies here. It is effective. Big difference here is when you have a simultaneous hit, we don't stop the action, you just hit again. Third round getting going here. A little tap of the weapons and they're off. Xander with a low kick. Didn't seem to land. Trading punches, shield punch and a weapon strike. Another kick.
Try to lock them up. Try to keep those weapons using the field and sword in your hands.
Another kick to the leg there. Kind of a punch to the shoulder. Xander keeps dropping that hand. That mace keeps coming in. Good parry by Xander. Really got that shield offline. Some body shots in here, and knee. Mark really wants to grapple now. Xander's just not letting him. He's kneeing away. Every one of those is a quality hit. Mark gets a good shield punch in there, gets another one, mace strike. But Xander just working away with those knees. Punch to the body, punch to the face. Now they're circling. Xander with some body shots with his weapon hand. Another knee. Now he's working the other arm. Punch to the helmet there. Mark with a shield punch. Xander parries that incoming axe strike. Time is called. That's the end of the round. Xander feeling good about that. He definitely got a lot of knees in there. All right, that is the third and final round. These guys are done. We're going to find out how the judges have scored this one.
All right, let's hear it for Xander. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, Xander, he's like, come on, I thought I did great.
Let's give a nice round for Moose as well.
All right. Mark doing good. He's definitely improved his cardio over last year.
Maybe some multiplication routes. No pie, I'm sure someone in here knows pie.
Xander still looks pretty fresh to me. He could probably do another round.
All right. All right, fighters in the center.
All right, we're going to find out who our victor is here.
Our co-main event winner with a score of 30-27, Xander Gomez.
Xander, 30-27, unanimous decision. He's the winner. That means he won all 3 rounds. That was good. He really dominated that last round. That's probably how we got down to 27. You know, that means it was 10-9 all 3 rounds, so Xander definitely pulled it out there. Mark had an excellent showing, you know. Mark's cardio has improved so much, and he had some really good mace strikes, some really good shield punches in there. Glad to see that Mark has improved so much. All right, we're getting ready for our last match of the night. We've got Orion Eigelhart in the blued colander helmet. I believe it's actually a Bellamort helmet. It's the, if you're looking for historical reference. And then his opponent is Corey Turpin, wearing the Las Vegas tabard. This is our last fight tonight.
From Las Vegas, we have Corey, the Mountain Turpin.
No love for Corey. All right, here we go. Looks like Corey's got a messer, possibly a falchion. The difference is the hilt construction. Orion's got a messer as well. A lot of people here to see Orion tonight. He better do good. He's been training hard.
I think they're ready to go, aren't they? All right, corners.
Corey's a big boy. Orion also a big boy. Here we go. Here we go. Ryan with a good punch over the top, answered by Corey. They're both amped. Orion's wearing his brand new armor. He just received it. This is the first fight it's been in. He's been borrowing armor for over a year. War in Ukraine makes things difficult. You can hear there's some good strikes with his swords. Orion trying to play the long game a little bit, shoving him against the list. Corey getting some slashes in. Orion also getting a few. We're stopping the fight. Something has happened. We've lost a thumb. Corey has lost his thumb on his gauntlet. The rivets have been sheared. We'll probably switch out gauntlets here. He gets 90 seconds to figure this out. Got another gauntlet coming in.
We have 43 seconds left in the round.
Doesn't match, but we're not winning beauty contests right now. We're doing Buhurt.
So, as we said, we always take safety very, very seriously, even though it doesn't look like we do. We always want to make sure that everyone's at the top.
All right. Looks like everything's ready.
Top shape. All right, fighters, let's get back.
Fighters back to the middle.
Let's go ahead. Center up. Center up.
All right, here we go. A little touch of the swords and we're off. Big punch from Orion. Swing and a miss from Corey. Looks like a shot got blocked. Corey getting some punches in now. Orion pushing him against the list. Throws him. They've agreed to not fight on the ground, but Orion gets credit for that throw. And they're back up. Here we go, back in the action. All right, Orion lining up a knee, punch, block shot. Orion with a big sword strike and a punch. Time has been reached. That's the end of the first round. They can have a seat.
Excellent round. Super hard.
Bill talking to Orion. Got Tristan over there with Corey. It's a pretty action-packed round.
Who are you reading here, sir?
Pretty wild to see the thumb get sheared off like that. That's unusual. Doing a little armor check there, make sure everything's attached. It's weird. Straps undo themselves in the middle of the fight. I've finished tournaments and realized that I have a whole arm unbuckled, like every buckle on the arm. Stayed on. Judges are talking with the marshal.
All right, 2 seconds. Here we go. Start round 2.
All right. Got to wait for them.
Okay, hold on.
The rest period has ended, but the marshals are still.
We're going to take a minute, 1 more minute, guys. 1 more minute. 60-second break again.
Not sure why we're taking 1 more minute. Fighters look ready. the judges looking at their scorecards, it must be a very close round.
That's what we're here for, guys.
We got judges from both Phoenix and Las Vegas. They're working together. We're big fans of the folks from Las Vegas. They're cool people. We like hanging out with them.
Oh my gosh. All right, I've been hitting the head too many times.
Everybody wants to win, but we want it to be clean.
This is the first time you've seen this in person. There we go.
Oh, we got a lot of people here. Never seen this before.
How many of you guys that are
Looks like Ryan's beating a curve into his sword. It's not particularly easy to do.
Wrong question. All right, guys, that's the next minute. Judges, are we good to start up again?
All right. Looks like the rest break is over. Got dog barking sound for Orion. Fighters are ready.
Fighters are ready. Fight!
Looks like Orion starts with a kick to the body. Orion's going to make this a fist fight. He's getting those hammer fists with a pommel in. Corey really shoving up against that rail. See a few knees coming from Corey. Orion getting a few in there too. Orion's still striking, still busy in there. Corey's hanging on. You don't get points for holding. You get points for hitting. There we go. Orion really committed to that punch. Corey did a good job of parrying it. Big hook to the head. Orion's trying to set up a throw. Abandons that for some body shots. These are good. He's a little bit low to catch that liver, but he's really pulling. Big hip toss by Orion. He's going to let his opponent get up. His opponent has 10 seconds. If he can't get up, that is a TKO. I hope he's not injured. We're going to find out. All right. That looks like a TKO. Now in Buhurt Pro Fight, the way TKOs work is you win the round, not the fight. The only way Orion would actually win this fight right here is if Corey is injured and unable to continue. We're going to find out. Part of the reason that we only fight on the ground for 15 seconds is you can't see the other person's face. If you've knocked someone out, it's pretty hard to tell sometimes. And that's the reason for the time. It looks like Corey might be injured. He's taking his helmet off. Oh yeah, he looks like he hurts. Can't tell. It looks like maybe blood coming out of his mouth. He may have bit his lip or his tongue as he went down. That happens sometimes. It looks to me like he's got an injured leg. They got a barrel over there. I don't know if he's going to puke. Yeah, he's wincing. That knee hurts. So we never want to win through an injury, especially when it's with friends. But it looks like that's how this one's going to end today. Corey's smiling. Orion checking on him. Orion does not enjoy injuring his opponents, but this is his third pro fight, and he's never made it to the third round because he's won by injuring his opponent. Or his opponent was unable to continue. I guess his first pro fight, his opponent was unable to continue, but he doesn't like hurting his opponent like that.
All right, they've called the fight at 2 rounds with a winner, Orion Idaho.
All right, Orion is the winner. that concludes Buhurt for this evening. I hope everyone enjoyed watching this. Yeah, knee injuries are the most common injury. Not a lot of fun. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to the live stream. This is Fright Fight 2025. We're going to go to break now. Everyone come back again.